me start that over. Yeah. And Rick did this. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Say what's up. Hey. Say what's up. Hey. Yeah. Say what's up in the chat. Hey. Say what's up in the chat. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Did my little jam. Yeah. Yeah. I'm finna start this jam. Y'all wanna hear me rap? Hold on, check me out. Check it out. I'm about to rap. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck your God. Hey. Hey. Fuck your God. Hey. Hey. Fuck your God. Fuck your God. What they say? Jesus beast. Hold on. Check me out. I gotta start the beat over. Hold on. Let me start it over. I gotta start this journal. Hold on. Start it over. Hey, Atheist Mama Bear. How you doing? I'm finna rap. Yeah. Zen Master, what's up, man? I'm about to talk about God. I'm about to talk about God. Fuck these beliefs. I said, fuck these beliefs. Yeah. Do my dance. Hold on, let me jumble it. Yeah. It's on my eye. Yeah. Praise God. Hallelujah. I'm about to start. Okay. Let me stop this. Let me stop playing. I'm about to stop playing. Let me go. Okay. Ooh. Drink some water. Hold on. Drink more water. All right, so for real, let me get into this shit. Okay, so let me turn this off. Hold on. Shit. Ooh, we so scared. We ain't scared of that shit. But for real though, listen though. I wanted to talk about this because is this mic too loud? I feel like it's too loud. Let me turn it down. Is it too loud? Test it. 1, 2, 3. Y'all, it is something in my eye. God is trying to test me tonight. God damn. People who wear glasses. Oh, he said, "Have you been eating special brand?" Something in my eye. Ugh. Okay. Zen Master thought he was high. Okay, for real, I wanna talk about it to me. Good evening. How y'all doing? So I'm on Instagram and I got word that China Ann McClain, she was posting her God beliefs and whatever. She was talking about like her proof of God, and I was watching the video and I was like, I can make a video to this, but I wanted to do it live because I was like, I wanted to read and see what y'all think about this as I'm talking about this shit. Okay, so I'm gonna show y'all this shit. Let me show you this shit. I gotta pull it up on my thing. Hold on. But yeah, so I'm on her Instagram and I'm looking at her stuff and I'm watching the video and I'm like, it's shit. Like the video is shit from beginning to end. It sucks. Like the whole thing. It's like these people, or who is that? What's up, Tony? Like these people believe in. I like to call. I feel like everybody has their own denomination of Christianity. Like if you talk to a Christian, they all have their own, you know, denomination, and it's like where do they get this information from? Like who tells them this stuff? Gotta hold on. Oh, let me show y'all this shit, man. But yeah, so we about to get it. I gotta let y'all see this shit, man. For y'all, this is a shit video. You can popcorn ready, but this video it sucks ass, bro. Like this shit is horrible, and I just wanted to go through it and talk about this shit. Like, let me just play it. Hold on. Ooh. Yeah, we gotta get into this shit. I gotta let y'all. I gotta let y'all hear this shit because these people think they're right. Like they have a belief in a God, and they think they just. It's like because they believe in God, they're experts at just all this shit, and it's like you don't know shit. God damn. Hey, is that what's that? Maddie. Oh, I thought they said Medea. I thought they said Medea. Okay, let me play this shit, y'all. Let me let y'all listen to the girl. And it's a shame because she cute, but like the shit she's saying is ridiculous. And I'm gonna let her talk for herself. I'm not gonna put words in her mouth. Let me let her talk. Listen to this. Come on. Hold on. Let's go. I'm not gonna skip through it. She about to come. Here she come. Here she come. Okay, so oh, shit. Right. If you go around professing your beliefs, people are gonna be like, "Where the proof at?" And it's like these TikTok is the Christians on TikTok are ridiculous, but they are literally on there and they just oh, you can't hear her? Oh shit. I wonder why that is. Hold on. So you said you can't hear her. I wonder why. Hold on. I just had this working. I don't know why. Say you can't hear it. That's a shame. Damn. I'm gonna do because I thought I could hear it earlier. Fuck. Shit. I can't hear that shit. Damn. Let me see if I can play it on my phone. I wonder why it's not playing through the. It's not playing through the thing. Damn it. Okay, let me see if I can do this. Shit.
Hi. Okay, it's like 2.
I know you can hear it on my phone because my phone is not connected to the thing. But if it's not gonna play through the laptop for some reason. So hold on, I'm gonna just play this through my thing. Basically, shit. Let me listen to it. Hold on.
Or 3 o'clock in the morning as I'm filming this, but it's important. So, as I always say, please stay and hear me out. If you hear me whispering, I'm not as loud as I usually am. It's because my literal whole family is asleep. I did some stuff today, so I still have makeup on and stuff. So, just 1 second.
Hold on.
Okay. I had a long conversation with family. There were some really powerful things that were talked about and that were said. And they have stayed with me. And I can't sleep. And I think it's because I'm supposed to shoot this and share these things with you guys. I have recently a lot, especially on TikTok. Whenever I mention God, I hear kids like, I need more proof. Like,
Yeah, that's the part I got to. Hold on. I wonder why it's not playing on my What's up? What's up, Randy? What's up, Randy? Oh, let me see something. See, I had it working this morning, and now it's not. Okay, hold on. I need to get her to play. Shit. I'm not good with electronic. I'm just trying to talk shit about God, and they won't let me. So I just want to talk my shit and get on with my night. But it's not. This computer is not letting me. Hold on. Oop. She trying to thirst trap me.
you can't just expect people to.
Hold on. Fuck it. I'm just gonna. I can't. I'll figure it out later. Hold on. I can't hear it from your phone. Oh, you can hear it from the phone. See, that's what I'm saying, but it's not. I can't get it to show on this it won't play on the computer. But okay, then you could just look at me. I'm just I'm gonna just play it on my phone. Hold on.
Believe something for no reason. Like, where's the proof? Like, you're gonna ignore scientific evidence and all of these things that go against God being real. And I don't really know where that came from. I don't know.
Okay, basically she's saying that when she has conversations with TikTok disbelievers or skeptics or whatever, they always say, like you're denying the scientific evidence that goes against your belief in God. And what she's saying is she doesn't know where that came from. And what she needs to realize is the shit that's in the Bible, it contradicts science. So it's like it's not I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like she's saying that. Hold on, it's a train. I'm in the hood. She's saying that she doesn't know where that came from. Like when did people start saying science disproves God? And I say that too, but we're saying that because what's in the Bible contradicts observable reality. Like the shit that science is discovering, it goes against the Bible, right? People don't live to be 900 fucking years old. Men can't walk on water. Snakes can't talk. Women can't have virgin birth. Like a lot of shit that happens in the Bible cannot, it doesn't happen in observable reality. So when we say science disproves God, I think what I would say is the shit, like the things that we observe in reality that science has discovered, those things contradict what's in your book. So I mean, I guess I would have to switch it up and not say science disproves God, but the Bible, it God damn it, the Bible goes against the Bible goes against science. It's like if we use okay, so we use science for everything, every day, all day. We're using science. So you can't say that. I mean, like if the Bible goes against the shit that we use every day, all day, then the problem is the Bible. You can't say science is the problem because when you go to the hospital, you're not using the Bible. You're using science. You pray to God, right? They might pray to their Lord and their Savior, but when they get on that motherfucker hospital bed, that is science being performed. That's not God. The Bible says just pray about it. hmm The Bible says just pray about it. When you get your cancer and your flu and your corona, just pray. They not doing that. None of them are doing it. It's like they hold their beliefs until their life on the line. They hold their religion and they stick to the word until tragedy strike, and then they go use science. And then when science gives them the cure and the answer, then they give the credit to the God. So when she's saying she doesn't see when did people start saying science disproves God, is because the shit in the book, the things that the Bible say are true, are not true. That I think is they used to think that like some type of like they used to think people were possessed by demons if they got sick and shit. Like that's not true. The Bible is not true. It's a like we can't make this shit up. We can't like okay, you don't even have to like you don't even have to call it science. Call it what you want, but whatever we're using on a day-to-day basis to get from point A to point B, whatever we're using to get our best results, that whatever you want to call that contradicts religion. If religion say just pray about it, but science said you need to take this, do this, and what you gonna do? So don't say science doesn't disprove God, and then you don't do what God say do. You do what science say do. When you get sick, you come on now. So when I'm gonna let it keep going. I'm just talking. Hold on, but y'all understand what I'm saying?
Who told them that science has disproved God's existence, but that's not the truth. Scientists may tell you that God is not real, but science doesn't tell us that. Science actually tells us the opposite, lines up with the existence of a creator.
Okay, so this is their, I feel like religious people, this is their main thing. They always say, well, science points to a creator, and okay, let's say science does point to a creator. Let's just say, okay, there is a creator. We're gonna just say that, all right? There is a creator. Now demonstrate that that creator is your God. You see, like you, okay, when the way she's talking, the deepest you could go, the farthest you could go is deism, where you just believe that there is a creator and that's it. He's not interfering. He's not intervening. He's not helping you with your homework or help you get. He's just there is a creator. That's the farthest you could go. If you say observable reality gives me the impression that there is a creator, cool. Keep that to yourself. Keep that to yourself and go on about your day. We cool. That's not something you don't have to tell us that. You don't have to spread that. That's just something that you think. I think that the world was created. Cool. That's cool. I'm perfect. I'm perfectly fine with it. If you gonna say that everything you see proves that there is something that create, okay. But the moment, which is what she about to do, the moment you start saying you go from a creator to my personal God, my savior, my Lord, he cares about, you fucked up. Because what everybody, every religion has a creator, God. So it's like you just can't you don't get to say yours is the one true creator. We got 5 billion of these. Shit, I'm gonna come up with my own religion. How about that? Since that's all it takes, just think of some shit and write it down. Everybody got a creator, God. You don't get to go from creator to therefore Jesus died on the cross for my motherfucker sins and he paid the cost. And how you make that leap? Right, right, Maddie. Just you created us and you went on about your day. You know what? If that is the case, that's I feel like that is better than this. I would rather the creator would have he created us and he just disappeared. Like, go ahead. But see, because okay, we it's cool. But when you create us and then you help half, when you create us and then you intervene and bless half and you give grace and mercy to half, that's where my problem come in. You see, I would honestly, I would be cool with a God just existing and not doing shit. I would be cool with that. I wouldn't be cursing. I would, okay, you created us and we are here feeding for ourselves. I would put all the blame on people. When I say feed these motherfucking kids, when I say, I don't know what, I'm in the hood, I don't know what that is. When I say feed these motherfucking kids, I'll be talking to people. Why? Because you created us and you left us to our own devices. That's all. Oh, cool. But when they tell us, okay, God gave me a vision, God gave me a plan, He blessed me, and He paved the way, and I'm special, and I'm bright, and I'm light, and I'm cured from my depression and my disease because of God. Well then, okay, cool. But why aren't we all getting that? Why isn't your next door neighbor in remission right now from her cancer or his cancer? Why is it just you? You see, because if you gonna say he created us and he left us alone, fine. But the moment you say he's helping, that's what my problem. That's where my problem starts. Let's keep going. It's
A being higher than us created these things around us. And I gave an example that I'm going to share with you all, and I need you to bear with me. I'm going to tell you a little secret. This building that I'm in right now, before I go home, I spoke to the owner of it, and he told me something that he told me not to share, but I'm going to anyway. with you guys. He informed me that this building that I'm in right now built itself. Now, I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth and you should believe it. They left the land alone for like over 100 years. Came back to a whole building built, but no one built it. Do you believe me? You don't? Why? Have you ever met the builder of this building?
Okay, so I want y'all to pay attention to what she just said. Basically, she's giving this same ass, tired ass. This. I'm so fucking tired of it. I swear to God, this is all they talk about, fucking buildings. All they talk about is buildings and paintings and motherfucking watches and shit. We get the point. We got the point. We get it. Like, bro, we understand. Y'all are up. We understand that y'all are obsessed with buildings, watches, and paintings. We get it. But this shit falls flat. This shit is not proof of this shit falls flat. This shit is not proof of anything. She's saying, okay, she has a secret that the builder of the building, they left the land alone for a while and came back to a building. Do you believe her or not? No. She's saying, why you don't believe her? Because, motherfucker, if you go outside and you drive down the street, you'll see what? Construction. She says, just because you can't see. Okay, hold on. Let me. She's saying that the Holy Ghost. Let me turn the channel. Y'all gotta see it. Okay. That is a construction work. Bill, exactly. Like, okay, we get it. Y'all using this. Okay, listen. I think you should debate one Christian, and after that, you don't have to debate another one because they all use the same shit. A building did not create itself. Therefore, a builder exists. Therefore, a God exists. Therefore, if you don't repent of your sins and give your life to my Lord and my Savior, you're gonna just that don't make sense. So she's about to jump from a building being made without a builder. She about to jump from that to literally, therefore, you should worship my God and give your life to my God. But that don't make no fucking, that don't even, how you make that jump? How you go from point A to point Z? That's Z. Like, come on. Really? This is like, who? Okay. So when we tell them this doesn't make any fucking sense, do they just, I'm gonna keep using it anyway. Like, this is, listen to me. If y'all see her face, she thinks she's saying some extraordinary shit. She believes that what she's saying is groundbreaking. She thinks she needs a Nobel Peace Prize or something for this shit. This is the tired ass, same ass, garbage ass, doo-doo turd ass shit. This is the same argument. We know buildings do not make themselves because we can walk down the motherfucking street and see a building being created. Come on. Prime example, they built the Amazon warehouse right down the street from me. I literally drove past that motherfucker for 4 years watching them build it from the ground up. That is my proof that buildings don't build themselves. I know this for a fact. We know we can demonstrate this, y'all. We can demonstrate this. We can go out and all this can I'm gonna rent a fucking bus. I'm gonna rent a bus and I'm gonna pick up all the atheists. I'm gonna pick up all the atheists and we go just drive. We just gonna drive past construction work. Because I'm sick of this shit, man. I'm tired of them telling us that buildings make them. So we know this. We can put this on video. This is on YouTube. This is on YouTube. This is on fucking YouTube, man. Lou. Oh my God. Maddie says, so their mythical deity is a bully. A bully? A bully. How do you give free will yet condemn people to eternal damnation for not loving you? God, the man is talking. We're gonna get to that because she gonna talk about that later on down the line. But yeah, let me let her wrap up this shit.
Have you ever seen the builder of this building with your eyes? Do you know their name? Have you ever come in contact, even somebody you know that's met the builder of the building I'm in right now? Do you even know what building I'm in right now? What state I'm in? Where I'm at? None of those things. You don't know any of those things yet.
Okay, so she's saying that she's asking us, do we know the specific builder of the building that she's in? I think that's being unreasonably specific. You don't have to be that specific. You could have asked us, do we know a builder? Do we know someone that has built something? Of course, most of us don't know who the fuck built your building that you're in, but I'm pretty sure we can find someone in our life that has built something. Shit, I done built something. I done built the fort. I done built. Hold on. Hey, Lou, your audio is horrible. Your mic, bro. You gotta fix that shit. You sound like them. You sound like a Christian, bro. You gotta fix your mic, G. What's up, atheist troll? But yeah, like, okay, like, come on, man. Like, this is ridiculous. This is I think it still sound like you underwater. It still sound like you underwater, bro. Yeah, you gotta fix it. But yeah, like, she's asking me, do I know the specific builder of her building? Like, I'm a fucking atheist troll said you sound like you a Decepticon. You gotta fix your mind. But she's this is ridiculous shit. Like, I understand what she's trying to do, but it's flat out disingenuous. Well, you know what the fuck I'm trying to say. Shit. But come on, let's finish this shit.
You believe that someone built this building. Why? Is it because the building exists and you know buildings don't build themselves? That's enough proof for you to believe that someone built this building? You're right.
Exactly, Lou. She's talking like builders are mythical creatures and shit. She's talking like they're cherubim, the little monsters in the Bible that was protecting the gates of heaven or whatever. Like, this shit is coming. It's fucking builders on every street. Atheist said, do you know who built your house? A fucking construction worker. Exactly. Come on, man. This shit. Is it? Say, why we still got the monkeys? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen the monkey in a minute though. I don't know why we still have monkeys. It's circular as fuck, Bill. Let me finish this. Let this motherfucker finish.
It's logical thinking that buildings don't build themselves, and for this building to exist, someone or something had to build it, whether it was man, woman, child, machine, or something else. Someone built this building. If we came across a bunch of abandoned paintings at a jungle,
You can't make this shit. You cannot make this shit up. Listen, nigga. they're gonna always go to the paintings. They obsessed with art. They go listen. They gonna talk about watches, paintings, and fucking buildings. It's like damn. Come on, man. This shit is ridiculous. I'm gonna finish.
Art somewhere. What's the first question we would ask ourselves? Be like, who painted these paintings?
Right. The first question we would ask is who painted these paintings? Because I can paint. I know how to draw. I know how to paint. So of course I'm gonna ask who painted it because I done seen this shit done. Come on, man.
We wouldn't ask ourselves, I wonder if someone or something painted these paintings. No, the paintings are there. That wouldn't even cross our mind. The first thing our mind would jump to is who painted the paintings. Because paintings don't paint themselves. So if a building is proof of a builder and a painting is proof of a painter and them existing, their existence is all the proof you need to know that there was a builder and a painter, why is creation not proof of a creator?
Boom. There it is. There you go. Why is creation not a proof of a creator? Motherfucker, because you ain't demonstrated it yet. And I see, now let's be fair. Now you heard her. She said, why isn't creation proof of a creator? So let's grant them that. Let's give them whatever they need. There is a creator, God, deity, whatever you want to call it. Now, China, demonstrate I'm the creator. We're gonna give it to them. We're gonna give them whatever they need. If you need the argument from ignorance, we got you. If you need the watchmaker, whatever you need, we got you. We're gonna give them all that. There is a creator, and that creator and that creator created everything. Now, demonstrate why your God is that creator. You gotta see that's where they stuck at. You can get you can have deism all day long. You can have deism all day long. If you want to believe we was created, knock yourself out. But watch what she do. Big Jeezy. Lou, your mic, bro. You sound like Megatron. You gotta fix that. Yeah. It's horrible. You underwater. Yeah, action figures and shit. He said God created cancer because he was. Y'all believe God alone. You know he known for drowning motherfuckers.
For a lot of people in their minds, why does that not in the same way? The existence of water, trees, and birds, and lions, and tigers, and bears, and us. Why is the existence not proof enough when we cannot create any? Doesn't matter how many scientists you put in one room. Say, hey, we'll give you as long as you need. We need you to create one drop of water, just one. You can't get water that already exists and work from there, work on that foundation. No, go from zero, nothing, to one drop of water. Me. You can leave those scientists to theorize and experiment until they all die. In there to continue their work. It's not going to matter. You're going to come back to a bunch of failed experiments, theories, and no water. Because we're not creators.
Now let's give her the benefit of the doubt. We're not creators. And if you put a group of scientists in a science lab to their devices, would not come up with H2O unless they sweat and like put it in the cup and figure out how to break up the particles from the. I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but she's right. Let's give her this one. Let's give her some snaps. snaps for that one. He said he can hear his daughter spewing this shit in about 10 years. Yeah, well, let's give it this one. Though. Scientists create water. We believe that. Let's believe that. Let's give her what she. Jeff.
Yes.
Jeff, what's up, man?
These are terrible arguments, bro.
Jeff.
I can't. They're killing me. Like, it's not. You don't.
Dude, you
with her logic,
your mic, bro. Your
he's
mic
got.
was
He's got.
horrible.
I think he's been possessed.
Yeah, fix it. Maybe it says.
With her logic, you could be going down the street and you'd see a house and you'd see a car and you'd see a tree, and none of them are distinguishable from each other because they're all the same.
Exactly,
like random.
Mic test. Mic test. One,
You
two, one,
are
two.
you good? You good, devil worshiper? put your symbols up. Hail Satan. Hey. Okay, so
Is it any better? Is it at all?
you sound like a beautiful, majestic bird.
God damn it!
No, you sound good. You sound good, bro. You sound
okay. All right. Yeah, I always have to restart the damn thing a couple times before it gets going.
Okay, we're gonna listen to this some more.
I've heard some kids say, well, my parents created me. My mom created me. And they did the act. Yeah, they had sex, which made your mom pregnant.
The act.
Does she know how kids are made? I don't think so.
she literally, I'm gonna let you, yes.
I mean, there's got to be a stork, right?
Listen, she said, who's the bones? She said, who makes the bones with the baby? I'm like, bro, come on, man. She's just reading.
Like there's little elves somewhere knitting bones together.
Like God is in your stomach. Why you sleep? Putting bones and shit together.
Fucking gnomes.
Like a fucking Lego or something.
Well, I don't know, therefore God.
Okay, so I'm gonna let her get to it, but like, okay, if God does put all the bones and shit together in the womb, okay, what about the people that don't have fucking arms and kneecaps and shit?
No.
I guess he was drunk that day.
You could be. Hold on, let me grab a book. I gotta grab this book.
Yeah, what if you don't have bones?
Like, come on.
You ever read
The things that were improperly assembled, therefore, well, yeah, I guess he was drunk that maybe he did some crack that day. Who knows?
You have 17 unnecessary bones in your ankle.
Really?
Yeah, that's why people roll their ankle so frequently, because it's a fucking terrible design. If it's designed, that he fucked up. Like, he fucked up, dude.
No, that's because we live in a fallen world.
Yeah,
whatever.
But we're in his image.
Why do we need an appendix or a coccyx? I think it's what it's called.
Yeah. Why does God need 2 arms and 2 legs? Why are we made in God's image? I mean,
why do men have nipples?
I wouldn't mind crawling on my belly for the rest of my life. I wouldn't mind not having arms and legs. I'm just rolling around on my stomach and shit. I wouldn't mind.
They see me rolling.
Like a fucking word.
Oh, you want to be a serpent.
Also, the serpent thing, did they have legs beforehand? Because they were banished to crawl on the ground after the fall. So does that mean they had legs before?
And that's why there are still Komodo dragons, apparently.
Yeah. Were they centipedes? How many legs did they have?
Alligators. They were alligators.
Yeah.
Let's finish this. Hold on.
Am I putting my little baby's bones together in my stomach? Am I forming their toes?
Nobody thinks that you assembled that shit like IKEA furniture. What's wrong with you?
Giving them eyeballs, over these 9 months that I'm carrying them. Am I doing all of that?
Yes, obviously.
Surely not. Surely not, because I couldn't.
Paint by numbers.
Thinking about what I don't do to mess up the process that matters. Don't smoke, don't drink, don't do drugs.
It's all about denying yourself.
Don't do things that's going to danger the life that is developing inside of me. And the development of life is exactly
because God's handiwork is
most
idiot
important
proof.
part of the conversation that I'm having with you guys tonight. Science is not separate from God. It's not God or science.
Okay, so what do y'all think about that? Is it God or science, Jeff?
I would say no, but most people of faith use whichever one is most convenient. AKA, you get cancer, you don't go to church, you go to the fucking hospital. So at that point in time, you've chosen science over God.
But then when it works,
but when it works, when it works, then you're like, my mom had cancer. She had to get a double mastectomy and they had to find all this stuff. And I remember being in the room and the doctor comes in and is like, hey, you're cancer free. And her first word is, oh, thank God. I'm like, thank him. He did all the fucking work. Like, thank him. I'm like, thank you, sir, for your work.
Every time someone says thank God, I'd like take a bite out of my fucking degree. And
this is what I was saying earlier. Like when she was like, science doesn't disprove God. What I was saying is basically what you're saying. When you get sick and you need a fucking cure, you don't pray. You pray and then you take your ass to science. So come on,
get some medicine with your fucking car after you use your cell phone.
Yeah, but you should never underestimate the ability of your average believer to compartmentalize that shit, because there's professionals who compartmentalize that shit. You got Ben Carson's a brain surgeon, but he thinks that the Egyptian temples were built by Joshua from the Bible. Like it exists in a completely separate part of their brain to be accessed when needed.
Yeah, I'd say that's how I used it.
God gets the credit where the credit is not due.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's so amusing to me. The child assembly in the womb bed. So you don't drink and you don't smoke and you shouldn't do drugs. But if God is assembling the child, he should be immune to smoke and to drugs and to alcohol. It shouldn't matter at all unless he's getting a real good buzz while he's assembling.
Maybe sin is like God repellent, like because they say like God can't exist where sin is. He can't, like it's like garlic.
Wait, God can't do something?
Well, yeah. Yeah,
exactly.
He can't assemble a baby, clearly.
Somehow, also, hell is the place where God is absent despite being omnipresent. There's all sorts of loopholes.
She's basically saying that she can throw off God's plan, because if God's plan is for you to have a seed or a baby, you telling me you smoking can mess up an omnipresent, omnitrix, omniverse, everything fucking God.
Ben 10.
Omnitrix, because he can fucking switch and smack that motherfucker. He's dead too.
Well, it's clearly not intelligent design after all, is it?
Can you think of a time in history though when all faiths, regardless, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, whatever, Scientology, so all faiths right now are praying simultaneously for the end of COVID-19, and yet the cure is going to come in the form of a vaccine created by science? Like, if this isn't proof that prayer doesn't work, everybody prayed, everybody, and no country, no individual sect of a religion, no fucking town was able to pray away COVID.
Oh, I mean, there's that whole rap video where the Copeland got the mega pastor. He got remixed into that COVID-19 prayer ritual that he did. It's spitting fire. It's good stuff.
He said he blew the wind of God.
He's blowing some wind, that's for sure.
It's bullshit.
I mean, I got to say, he's smart. You know, like Christians in America are some of the most gullible, easiest people to exploit. So
Man,
he's just,
yep.
you know,
It's a
taking
market.
I made
advantage. Yeah.
I made a video about coronavirus, and I was saying that even the people who are devout are getting this shit and dying. The blood, sweat, and tears of Christians are getting this shit and dying. So it's like God doesn't give a fuck about you, because even if you give your entire life to Him, you pray 7 times a day. Guess what? You stick your ass outside without a mask on. See what happens.
Yeah.
Entire congregations were wiped out.
Mhm. Yeah, but the
Fucking
Nile's a river in Egypt to these people.
Yep. They went to church because they were immune, and most of entire congregations were wiped out
Covered in the
because
blood.
somebody went into the church and gave everybody COVID, and a lot of them died. I've heard of
Pastors.
congregations being wiped out.
Pastors are dying. Think about it. The ones that are called to spread the word of motherfucking God are falling flat.
Well, then they must have been false prophets,
They're
unlike
all
the
false
rest.
prophets.
Unlike the rest of us, who
They're all false
survived
prophets.
somehow.
There is no true prophet.
Oh well,
Exactly.
yeah.
Except
but-
for me.
Except for me. Yeah.
I'm
Wait,
the real-
now
I'm the
schism. Time for a holy war. Let's go. Rock,
I'm
paper,
gonna give
scissors.
I'm gonna throw stones at you.
Yeah, well, paper beats stones. So there we go.
I'm gonna tie you up in the middle of the city, and I'm gonna throw stones at you for not believing in my God.
Rock, paper, stone you to death.
All right, let's listen to her some more.
Oh boy, here we go.
Explanation of God's creation, or at least the little part that science understands.
Okay. So she's saying science is the explanation of God's creation, but what happens when science contradicts what the Bible says?
Oh,
what
then science
do
is wrong.
Genesis 1:1. We're already wrong.
Oh yeah, the entire. I mean, first off, there's 2 creation stories in the Bible that contradict each other, and both of them are completely, absurd on their face and out of order in the events that like science depicts. Like sharks that like fish existing after trees or some shit. I'm like, no, that's not how that happened.
So let me tell you how you can upset them real quick. Because most people of faith put themselves on a pedestal, especially like Eastern Orthodox or Catholics or things like that. They think they're like the chosen one and they've figured it out. And they do all this research, they're big head philosophers, all this stuff. And all I say is like, look, bro, I understand all that. I don't believe in magic. And then they go, well, that's not magic. I'm like, well, what about like talking donkeys? I just, you got talking animals. I'm going to reduce your schoolery level from like this collegiate PhD thing to fucking magic and animals talking and people living to be 900. Like, give me a break.
Man.
Like, you could be a PhD in fucking Harry Potter. It doesn't make Harry Potter any more valid.
Oh yeah, like especially when they want to play PhD, remind them that they're defending a book where the passage back to the Garden of Eden was guarded by a flame sword wielding cherubim, and the prophet Elijah rode a whirlwind into heaven upon a chariot drawn by fire horses. Like, I'm sorry, that none of your like contrived
fucking magic.
but what about all the prophecy? No. Get back to the fucking flying fire chariot.
Yeah.
Magic. I just say magic.
Exactly. Fucking
Magic.
horse shit.
But like,
Horse shit.
but like the thing that really will blow their noodle is like, where did the Israelites get the idea for a prophet on a flying fire chariot? Did they just come up with that idea on their own? No. In fact, it seems that they've borrowed it from the rest of Babylon. Like their God, Yahweh, is a lesser deity in the Canaanite pantheon. That blows their fucking mind. Their almighty God is like a demigod all by him. He's like a lesser god.
We see that too in the Bible because he's always fucking up. Like he has no control over what's going on, and he seems to be surprised by things.
Exactly.
Like the whole flood. If Jesus was there at the beginning, and Jesus was the eventual plan to save humanity, what the fuck was the flood about?
Right.
You could have just brought Jesus back, and it would have been done.
Starting off with
yeah.
Noah was a big mistake.
Man,
We got giants, though.
Yeah.
You gotta get rid of it.
What about all the Nephilims?
Yeah, you gotta get
flood
rid of the
was one.
Nephilims.
The other one
what a
was like
fucking burn it.
Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean,
Yeah.
why send these angels so that Lot could give give his daughter to these people who wanted these angels so that he could then go and like molest his daughters and impregnate them because he was drunk in a cave. The story of Lot is one that usually gets the Christians up in arms if you explain to them, like, why would you give your daughters up to save these angels?
I wouldn't.
I don't think they can.
Crazy
They don't read this book, man.
stuff.
They don't read the book.
They don't read the book.
It's the world's best book club for the illiterate. It's
So,
great.
so I know you guys have heard 1 Timothy 2 and 1 Corinthians, the ones that say that it's shameful for a woman to speak in the church.
Mhm.
Like 1 Timothy 2, which is you shall not teach, or hold authority over man, and then that you need to have your head covered. So keep in mind who wrote that, Paul, and keep in mind he was a Jewish. What was he? He was very well versed in Judaism, and then you take into like the Book of Enoch and the Nephilim, they weren't trying to tell necessarily women to shut up because they were afraid of this, like, oh, they were disruptive in church. No. We don't want angels finding out that you're a woman in church prophesying and they fuck you and then you get little giant babies again because we just got rid of all the Nephilim. So we need you to be quiet in church. Like, don't be talking too loud. Like, cover your head. Make sure they can't see you.
Women were also property.
Wow, that is utter bullshit.
That's my 2 cents on the thing. I don't know if that's backed up by any other work. I'm sure that'll be a soundbite that comes out later. I'm just snowballing here.
And if
Slavery being condoned in the Bible, the Jews were allowed to have their slaves. I'm trying to remember how that went exactly.
Exodus 21.
Yeah, and they were allowed to have their slaves. And they try to justify that in many ways.
Slavery is very different.
It's servitude.
Yeah. If you enslaved other Israelites, you could let them go after 7 years.
Yeah,
right.
Which is false.
But with foreigners, they were your slaves for life.
So think about this from a law standpoint. Yes, if they're a Israelite brother, they get let go every 7 years. But there's no law that says you can't go, all right, you're free. Hey, that guy over there just bought you.
These are people who also consider
you can take him right back. There's no law against that.
Yeah, these people
as soon as he get fucking free,
property.
Yeah, someone else could take him. He doesn't have any money. I mean, what are you setting him free with? It's all bullshit. And it does say, for those that sojourn among you, from ye shall ye buy, and make them your slaves for life, to be inherited by your children.
Yes, because they are your property. It literally is with.
Yeah.
You can pass them motherfuckers down because they are your property. It literally says that verbatim.
So don't say slavery when you're arguing. Just say, hey, like, I don't know about the slavery thing, but I can't get behind owning people as property for life and passing them down as property. Wow. And then that takes the slavery word out of it because, they want to argue the semantics of chattel slavery. It's not slavery that you're thinking about as though you know what I'm thinking about. It's that's like, no, I just don't agree with owning people for life. Why do you agree that it's okay to own people for life and pass them on to your children?
Yeah, the Bible is so contradictory of itself. Like the first 2 paragraphs of the Bible, one of the things I always found interesting about like the beginnings of Genesis was that every time God, and I air quote God, a la Nixon, let there be light, and there was light. God saw that the light was good. Wow, it was good. Or the water, and it was good. It's like, okay, it was good.
You got to see Jeff, man.
Yeah, it was all good.
Wow, like I don't, man. It's hard reading that book. I'm telling you, I do my best, but I just lose my shit. I'm like, who?
It's have you
But how
have
do
you
you
read
get through the first book without like
Go
wow?
Go? It's basically Go from the beginning. Have you read the Quran?
I have
I read through it, and it's like, man,
It's like trying to read the Old Testament in Old English.
it's. But
I
the
don't know
one
what the
thing I
fuck they're talking about.
Clearly a copy.
see, what I like about the Quran is their God is up front. Like he starts
Oh.
off with, "I'm gonna fucking burn you if you don't worship." He lets you know out the gate, like this ain't no fucking game. It's worship. Or
That's true. Yeah, it's pretty.
God, God sugarcoated. He lets you. He tells you a story about a garden and two people and the first tribe and all this, and then he sneak his death sentence in. But see, Allah, he don't give a fuck. That mother, the first 3 pages, it says something like, "And non-believers, it ain't number hellfire for them." I'm like, my first Quran video was an hour long, and the first fucking page was like, "You're gonna burn." Like, we don't give a fuck. Believe this shit.
Let's start with a scare tactic. It'll really hook them in.
But it's the religion of peace, though.
Yeah, whatever. If it's every
of
religion is
ass.
a religion of peace. Yeah, piece of shit.
Piece of
Well,
shit,
isn't
man.
Islam one of the fastest growing religions in the world at the moment?
Actually, we are. Actually, we
fucking
are.
I don't know how that metric works. Exactly.
From what I've heard, non-religious is the largest,
Yeah.
the largest growing faction.
It's a problem because we don't identify under a single label. So it's not like you go to I mean, like Christians go and check the box for Christian. They all check that box. An atheist is like, well, I'm a humanist, or I'm agnostic, or I don't really get involved in this. So what do you classify that person as? You know, no religious affiliation. But you can look at the military, because the military you have to identify as something so they know what to do with you if something happens. And no religious affiliation is the fastest growing among that group. That's one way we can see the metric. But I don't know how that's why I think in Deconverted, in Seth Andrews' book, he talks about we need to use the label atheist, because otherwise we're just getting bulldozed here in the government. No one gives a shit about us.
I totally agree. Well, let's finish listening to China. Fuck, it's like 5 minutes of this shit left. I wanted to play it though. Hold on.
You burned through it.
I mean, we done fucking killed the whole video. Like the whole conversation that we just had is literally what she's about to say about how God cares and he loves you in the Bible. And I'm like, motherfucker, what?
He loves you. That was before or after he killed the children, or
I have a pet dog.
Or he assembles them incorrectly.
Yeah,
I got a fucking dog that got shot in front of me in cold blood. I'm like, I was a Bible believing Christian then. So what? Why didn't God step and save her for me? Because I gave my life to Christ. Why? What is I say this in every video. What is the fucking benefit? If I can come and beat your ass right now and God can't stop it, and I can run you over with my car, I can stomp your face in. Everything that can happen to a non-believer can happen to you. So like, what is your benefit of believing in God? What is the benefit? I don't get it. You don't get shit.
He works in mysterious ways.
Mysterious ways. Yep.
Yeah.
But you don't get nothing.
I'm gonna get it in heaven. Maybe.
Yeah. You
Possibly.
don't get it here. You don't get it now. You just, you gotta trust. You gotta trust in the plan.
You're not fucking invincible. I can see if he gave you like a riot shield or fucking Captain America shield or something. You don't get shit. You don't get a gun, a pellet, a flashlight, or shit. It's just, I believe in God and this is my armor. Okay, try that shit in the hood. Come on with your armor.
Look how the QAnon stuff has unfolded, where they've identified who the guy or guys who have been masquerading as Q are, and then watch how the cult reacts to that information. They either dismiss it or they accept it and roll it into their conspiracy. Yeah,
they own that shit.
There's no winning.
And
Either way.
It's weird. It's all like my parents' generation that fall into that shit. And I'm like, what happened? Because you guys sound like third graders all of a sudden. And my 30-year-old ass is like having to take care of everything in the house. Like, what happened? You guys are idiots all of a sudden.
Well, like Fox News just went on a rampage because Joe Biden said that there's no such thing as an absolute amendment, which is an innocuous statement when you understand what the word amendment means.
Yeah.
But they confuse amendments with commandments. They think the shit is ironclad, carved in stone, what have you.
Well,
So like,
you know,
they're genuinely, and it's not just like the anchors being like fake, which I'm sure some of them are, but like their audience, like my cousin was like, the Second Amendment is an absolute, and I'm like, but it's an amendment. Like it's in the.
How did he get there in the first place? Is what I like to ask.
Well, they're too busy redefining all the words right now, and as long as they can redefine some of these words, then they have something they can argue about. Like lately, with all of this nonsense about, well, I'm being canceled and the Patriots are being canceled. And
what the Patriots do?
Yeah, well, but the Patriots are the people who were my First Amendment rights. To say something on somebody else's forum. God-given right.
I've been through 6 TikTok accounts in the last 12 months.
Yeah, bro, I don't understand. Like, why? What are they doing to you over there?
It's the Muslims, dude. They get pissed off. You touch their book in the no-no zone, they like to ban your account.
Mass flags, yeah. The false DMCs or whatever.
I've got deep into this. There is a Twitter page and a group. There's a group message app. I don't know what it's called, but they're using a group message app in the UK to work with other Islamic people that may have negative intentions to leak information about atheist content creators, especially those that go after Islam. So if you hit the jackpot and they get your name and it hits your desk, they're going to put it on Twitter. All the little people on Twitter that follow them all go in and flag your account.
Wow.
That's what happens. And then they have a WhatsApp group where they're like, hey, this person's still not shutting up. Who can find their address? We're going to leak their address. And then maybe somebody in their country who's an extremist will do something about it.
Okay, but so check this out. So the Bible, I can't think of the exact verse, but the Bible literally says non-believers shall be put to death. So when you say that, when you touch their book, they do all of this, I'm like, them just claiming that they are a part of this religion. I'm like, I made a video like last week, like their religion is out to get us. If they follow the book, it tells them who to kill. So how can they ban your account? How can they ban your account for fucking with a book when their belief literally tells them to kill you?
I mean, it's in Luke 19. It's in Leviticus. It's in Exodus. It's in 2 Corinthians. It's in Psalms. It's in 1 Corinthians. There's a bunch of stuff about killing those that don't believe.
Well, that's the thing about the ancient Israelites. You'll notice they didn't evangelize. They didn't convert. They slaughtered all of their opposition.
Yeah, they weren't concerned about converting people.
They worship a Canaanite war god.
Yeah.
Literally, I mean, like shock and surprise. The god's really keen on.
Look at the Midianites. Like the Midianite story is one that, like, I don't know how you get behind that. Like they're commanded to take babies and murder them.
Exactly.
Like what the fuck is that about? Like
babies
are a threat.
I've heard people rationalize it in the very same sense that like you don't leave them behind to seek revenge later after the fact. They'll just grow up to be wicked. So you're really doing them a mercy. And I'm like, well, that sounds like the best argument for abortion I've ever heard.
I was in Macon, Georgia at a debate earlier this year with T-Jump and some dude that's a Christian apologist. And after basically baby murder came up in the story. And so I got to get up and ask a question at the end of the debate. So I get up, walk up to the little stage and I say, hey, what are the positives about child murder? And do you think that the babies that were killed by God deserved it? He then went on about a 10-minute explanation about basically what you just said, that they could grow up to be problems. And then he looked at me and I said, You didn't answer the question. Are there positives of killing babies? He says yes. And I said, did they deserve it? He goes, yes. I turned to go sit back down because that's all I wanted to hear. And he was about to get into like explaining why they deserved it. And just kind of like went back because I just walked away. After you said what I needed to hear, you said that they deserved it.
He actually said that though?
Yes. On video. We have it on video.
Yeah.
He said, yes, they deserved it. These innocent children deserve to be killed because everybody's born in sin. God is the giver of life, blah, blah, blah. Typical bullshit.
This is what they want us to respect.
And the guy's a doctor, by the way.
Oh,
every video.
Even worse.
Wow.
PhD.
Every fucking video, I'm gonna be disrespectful. I'm not gonna respect shit like that.
Yeah.
Right. No, it's.
I'll have to find it for you and give it to you so you can play it next time. But it's
my gosh,
it's pretty hilarious.
The whole
deserved it. Oh, what?
The golden rule doesn't apply if you're a sociopath or a sadomasochist. Like, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Well, like you're a self-hating, like violent sociopath. Like you're doing unto yourself is really terrible. So I can only imagine what you do unto others. Like the rule doesn't work for you.
The ends justify the means.
Right. It's just.
There you go. I put it in the private chat. You can watch that one later.
So, I'm sure that a lot of you probably know what happened to fellow atheist Owen. What's his name?
Is this the Muslim one?
No, he's not a Muslim. Owen, he's on YouTube he's Telltale.
Oh yeah.
And his daughter recorded the teacher, and he of course sent it to FFRF, and the teacher got in trouble. And of course the Christians reacted by trying to kill him.
What?
Literally. Yes. Because this teacher was ratted on. I mean, some of the things that she said on the recording are just wow. Because she admits to sneaking God into this. This was like a health classer. And she was basically, it's pretty bad what she does.
Mm-hmm.
And he started basically. I don't recall which atheist group had to get a bunch of money and try to get him out of West Virginia because the Christians were, they had formed a Facebook group of like the entire town, and they were going to go get him. It was bad. They were going to go get him.
Good guy with a gun would save it.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've always said you go far enough left, you get all your gun rights back.
Well, the thing I guess what I'm getting at is the ends justifying the means. They didn't particularly care. As far as they were concerned, it was Christians being oppressed.
Oh, good Christians used to lynch people for sport and entertainment.
They were going to lynch him.
Yeah.
How are they oppressed though? Like where did that come
Because
from?
you told them you're wrong. You can't tell them they're wrong. That's oppression. How dare you?
It goes into their need to be.
sense.
Well, see, at the same time, they are the predominant force in culture, and they are martyrs waiting to happen.
That's true.
That keeps them on the razor's edge of being triggered. Just like no man shall know the hour of the day in which the Lord will return, but it could be any minute, so you better be ready. So they're always like simultaneously like, hey man, God could show up whenever. It's cool. Just have fun, live life, but also be on edge all the time. It's sadomasochistic, and like it's a great way to be to double down on building like that sort of cognitive dissonance.
Hey guys, I gotta go, but
Okay.
we got to do this again.
Absolutely.
I kind of just came in on a whim because
No, you're good. You're good. This
Pleasure
is Jeff,
meeting you, Jeff.
Yes,
I've
We
heard
got-
good things.
the atheist troll. This is great
But
content.
I don't
now.
for the next who knows how long until actually I've been very good on this account. I've been very good. I'm not burning any
I
books. I'm
noticed
not
that.
ripping pages. I'm
I noticed
playing by
that.
the rules. So
I noticed
Right.
you've been trying to.
I'm trying.
Because they are oppressed,
All
but they
right,
seem
man.
to
You
take
about
you
to head
out
out,
all the
Jeff?
time, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to because I'm trying to make like a merch store and like make I want I want it to make it more common to see atheist or non-Jesus stuff. Like
Mhm.
so, be it a simple shirt or whatever. I just want to see more atheist merchandise and other people do it and other people put more stuff out there and kind of create a thing where people are comfortable saying to the public that like, hey, God is not dope or whatever.
Mhm.
So so find some atheist merch, be it mine or whoever's, and wear it, and people get angry, and it's fun.
You have to be careful in some places.
I'm in
I don't know
Georgia.
about-
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia,
I'm in
and
fucking. I'm in
Okay.
fucking.
there's a
Memphis.
huge Baptist church right across the street
This
from me, and I walk
is
my ass
the
every
right-
day in one of these shirts.
Well, you're in Atlanta. I am in
Yes.
South Carolina,
Oh, it's cool.
and it's if I put something on my vehicle or on my house,
Well,
I
I'm
can
not putting it on my
guarantee you, I'm gonna get shots fired.
I
Like,
am.
I'm
in
gonna get
fucking-
shots fired.
Hey, don't you want to be a martyr for the cause?
Well,
No, I'm trying to live, son.
I think I can do.
I will turn into Winston from the Ghostbusters, and I will believe whatever you want me to believe as long as there's a paycheck. in
Well,
it.
see, that's the problem. You atheist in your morals. Well, I can't get you to blind kill yourself over some imaginary thing.
We have a secret Facebook group for the what is it? It's the Midlands. Oh man, it's basically the Midlands free thinkers. It is secret on purpose, mostly because if the Christians find out that you're an atheist, it's like suicide professionally and
you can get a job.
everything. You are toast. So we have to conceal our identities because if we don't, we're finished. No jobs. You might end up dead in a ditch. There are certain areas outside of Columbia, for instance, Lexington and going towards Georgia, where the Trump banners are all over.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's
The giant
really,
Confederate flags.
yes,
Fucking massive Confederate flag.
from
Yeah,
the backs of pickup trucks on huge poles going down the road. You just don't want.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, and then I'm going to head out. There's a city in Georgia that I live near because I live north of Atlanta. City's called Kennesaw, Georgia. And in Kennesaw, Georgia, which I commonly like to go out to eat in and get restaurants and things like that, there's a general store that is a general store that sells Civil War memorabilia. And it's run by a guy named Wildman. And if you were to walk into his store, you would see absolutely Civil War memorabilia and KKK memorabilia, Nazi memorabilia, fucking like signs. He's got signs on the outside of the business that say White History Year, things like that, Confederate flags, all kind of stuff.
Every year.
Every year. This motherfucker has been downtown, like in the center of the city. They can't get rid of him because he owns the building. Like they can't get rid of this dude, and they protest outside of his building, maybe every other month or so. So I'm glad to see that it's becoming more popular to be in public and opposing that view. And I'm hopeful for the future that the young people that I see that are out protesting these causes lose religion and understand that a lot of the things that they're fighting is religion. But with that, I will see you guys later.
Before you bail out, I want to ask you if you have ever heard of a gentleman named Maurice Bessinger or Bessinger or something to that effect. And he was when he was alive, he owned a chain of barbecue restaurants called Maurice's Barbecue. He had in his stores, all of his barbecue shops, a little room that had all of the Klan paraphernalia.
Oh God!
And look him up.
Holy crap!
Look him.
Oh
and
my
what
God.
year? What
Yeah,
year
please,
was he still in
amazing.
operation up until what year?
He's still in operation now. His places are still run even in death because
Piggly
his wife
Wigglies.
is running them. from what I understand.
And there you go.
It's a restaurant, a barbecue chain of barbecue joints that they have the little room with all the clan paraphernalia.
Let me ask you this though: is the barbecue worth it?
No.
Okay.
Well, that's inexcusable. Like,
well,
you got to be able to really, I mean, so they're selling racism. They're not selling barbecue.
They have you look him up on you. He's got a YouTube article and everything, and it doesn't really go into the little kiosks that he had in all of the places. But I know they exist because I've been in there, and I didn't know what it was until I went in and saw it for myself. And then I was told that it's in every one of the restaurants, every one of them. Nice. He is a well-known racist.
Really, you don't say?
Yeah,
like
well-known.
If the barbecue is off the chain, man, it might be worth dressing up in some whiteface and just be like, white flour. Oh, this is really good. Now let me get the hell out of here.
do they do Uber Eats or?
Well, it's like, there's a quote there's some things in here about, like he says here in the article, Bessinger was a Baptist and argued that Newman, that requiring that he serve African-American customers was a violation of his religious beliefs. Like he tied his religion and his racism together.
Mm-hmm. Can't make it up.
Well,
cannot make it up.
I really want to continue this conversation, but I have to dip out. Right, I will see you guys later. Invite me next time. I'll give you my phone number. I'll give it out right now. 678.
Okay, hold on. Let's go. I'm ready. 678. Shit, he hung up. But yeah, what you just said is exactly what I was talking about. Like you cannot protest religion. I mean, you cannot protest racism without protest. That shit go together.
With Bessinger, it absolutely did. And when I found out about this, I was just so taken aback by it. I was just like, you cannot be serious. There's more to the story that I'd like to divulge publicly if you get what I mean, how I actually came to know about it. It's well known by everybody, and to this day it's still those places are still there, and I think his wife is still running the stores. At the time I was living in New York, and I can remember the news talking about this gentleman because he had gotten his barbecue sauce had gotten into, I'm actually looking at all the restaurants, or not restaurants, the supermarkets that his sauce had gotten into. Walmart, Bilo, Food Lion, Harris Teeter, Kroger, Piggly Wiggly, Sam's Club, Walmart, and Winn-Dixie. His sauce was sold in all of these places. He had a big operation to, obviously can the sauce or put it in jars or whatever, however it was distributed. And it was amusing because something happened to get him in the news, and he refused. Oh, it was the Confederate flag on the Capitol in South Carolina. There was the flag used to fly on the Capitol building, the Confederate flag. And I think they took down the flag from the Capitol building and moved it somewhere else on the grounds. And he made a huge stink about that. They're violating my religious beliefs, and I want the flag on the Capitol. And they pulled his sauce out, and he was like, I'm not going to stand down from my religion. I'm being oppressed. And because he tied, like I said, he tied his religion, his Baptist religion, to the racism.
Somebody who's actively trying to sow their hatred into their faith.
Yes.
There's so many people who are people that would otherwise be of good conscience, like your neighbors that you actually talk to and you like them, that are just rose-tinted glasses types, They just literally just are either willfully or otherwise ignorant to all the bad stuff, or they've got some sort of rationale for it, and it's all like positive vibes. And it's like a toxic positivity, where they just the bad things are not as bad as you're saying they are, and they, even if they were, they happen for a reason. But everything else is sunshine and rainbows. So what are you complaining about? Why are you so sad? That's why they always
I read his
you
book.
disagree with them. That someone must have done something to you. You must be.
Yeah.
Why are you so angry? I'm not angry. I just think you're ridiculous.
I read his book because I was curious. And when I read his book, it gave me this very interesting insight into the mind of the white Southern Christian nationalist. Because he tried to rationalize everything. There were things that he went on. He had like this entire chapter about how like white people were the best friends that blacks ever had, and it was like this whole chapter devoted to black people wouldn't be where they are without white people, and tried to justify the kidnapping of blacks from Africa and brought to the West Indies. He tried to justify all of this as like it was the best thing because they would be still in the bushes, and it was this just crazy cringe is what it was. But he tried to justify all of this in his book.
Yes, I need this fucking book because
it's called Defending My Heritage. I actually have it sitting on the shelf.
You said defending my
heritage.
Because see, I've said in my videos that there are people who will say, because I guess like what he's saying, they consider that a good, like because something good came from what the fuck they did, that means that, you know, it was okay. But I'm like, the good does not outweigh the bad. I don't give a fuck because we're over here in houses and we got air conditioning and water and grocery store. I don't give a fuck, motherfucker.
But he thinks that this was all because God wished it. Like it's believe it or not, it's all intertwined within God. Well, God wanted this to happen, and God commanded these people to do this. It's a really weird, like I said, it's a real interesting look into the white Christian nationalist Southerner. And this is an old book. This is a 20-year-old book.
After the Holocaust, I think a couple of days ago was Holocaust Remembrance Day. After there was a lot of soul searching for the survivors to do, like how could God let this happen to us, and so on and so forth. And while all of that was marinating in the synagogues, politics was moving forward, and Israel was being crafted. And when the nation of Israel was born, again, or for the first time, however you want to look at it, there were rabbis who rationalized the Holocaust as a means to an end to bring about the nation of Israel. That obviously has horrific implications for God's attitude or his implications in those events, and it caused a mass leaving of synagogues. That's why there are so many secular Jews, especially in America, because that's a hell of a thing to have to wrap your mind around. But people do it. There was a Democratic, I want to say it was a congresswoman from Florida, I believe, who said something very similar about how, it's a good thing that, slaves were brought over from Africa, she was black. She is black. She was black. And she was like, I'm glad that my ancestors were brought over through slavery because that's how I came to Jesus. Nope. And this was a Democrat.
Nope.
But
give me the fucking trees and the zebras.
Yeah, I'd rather worship my ancestors.
Fuck that. That is some sick shit. Give me the fucking zebras and the little thing, the little dark thing. Give me that shit. and I'll build me a fucking boat, and I paddle over here my damn self. It wasn't worth that.
But there's something to be said about never being able to go home again too. There's definitely not a lot of like I work with a lot of African immigrants at my job on my site, and they don't understand African Americans. Like our experience wasn't their experience, so they're genuinely coming from the motherland with immigrant problems and running into kindred spirits, from their new homeland who have a radically different experience. Like,
because I don't know shit about the life that I don't know nothing about the motherland.
Right. I
was in.
Great.
I'm over here with y'all.
Right.
I don't know shit about over there. I would like to, but it's like, look how I was brought up, fucking indoctrinated with this bullshit. Where do they include that at? That's not in the religion. That's not in the book. We don't know. Most of us don't know shit about that. All we know is Jesus dying on the fucking cross. We don't know about the ancestors in motherland unless we look it up. But how accurate is that shit?
Well, that's one of the reasons why Martin Luther King and Malcolm X were like kind of speaking to two different audiences about the same problem, and why they reached different conclusions. Because the cultures in which they were operating were like adjacent, but also like born of different continental soil. Like they were enriched in different nutrients, and so they like produced different fruits. And so like the they don't have jazz in Africa. Jazz is an import. But jazz and the blues are a process of soul music from ancient slave hymnals that like you have to explain that to almost anyone who doesn't understand music, but like Africans who it's imported, so it's not born, it's an American phenomenon, it's a colonized phenomenon. And if you're lucky enough to be from a place that didn't ground itself foundationally in colonization, your interpretation of like Jesus and where he fits into the grand scheme is going to be like way different.
Yeah, I actually have a very. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
You good? No, you good. Go ahead.
I have a very interesting insight from my experiences because I grew up predominantly in New York as I'm a white person that grew up in projects. I grew up in some New York City projects, escaped them. So I have a unique insight because I'm a white person that grew up with black people, and I was probably the only white person within 1 square mile in the area. And I can tell you that within the black families, like religion is actually a very key component. It's a very key component. It's the same, but it's different. I don't really know how to explain it. It's just like, how many black atheists do you know other than present company? I don't know. I only know one other. And the problem is that coming out, I think, as an atheist that's black is detrimental to your health. Because the family would shun you.
Yeah, I made a video about this.
It's like not only would your family shun you, it's the same thing about coming out as a gay person and being black. Forget it. It's really bad for you.
I made a video about what you're talking about. It's called "Black Atheists Are the Worst," and I said the exact same shit. Who fucks with us?
Yeah,
Nobody.
my grandmother would have made me go to a switch tree, a willow tree to get a switch if I even suggested skipping church.
Like, look at this. Look at me. Who fucks with this? Who fucks with this, y'all?
Well,
Oh,
I actually, as crazy as it might sound, as a white
Man.
person, I actually believe I know where you're coming from, and I
Mm.
probably think I know what you probably may have gone through because
Mm.
I grew up, and that's what I saw, and it can be really, really bad for you.
Yeah, it can be.
It can be really bad for you.
I was trying
This-
to ask you on TikTok earlier.
Mhm.
When's the last time you saw a black female atheist?
That
TikTok
was you.
content? Yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
telling you. They don't fucking exist.
Yeah,
They
and-
exist. They exist under YouTube comments and shit, but I don't see
well,
those.
like the thing
know
I don't
one.
know if
I
it was
don't.
you
I don't
or
see
you
them.
were
Like I don't.
I
mentioning-
know one.
Visual. I don't see them.
if you were who was mentioning that the Saudis and Muslim groups form off.
Yeah, that was Jeff. That was Jeff.
Like,
yeah.
I wonder if they're not all getting shadow banned.
Well, I know a black
Mm.
I know a black female atheist. She happens to be my ex-girlfriend.
Mm.
And she is an atheist and she is black and she has never told a soul.
Mm.
Wow.
Never
See, this-
told a soul. And I
And this
won't
is-
never say because
Mm.
if her family found
Mm.
out, it's really bad for her.
Yeah.
You see, this is the shit that I be talking about. Like people are literally fighting for their lives over not believing bullshit. Like, come on. We're at fucking danger. We're in danger.
Yeah.
And it's like I said in my video, who we are the black female eight. Come on, that's the worst. That's the word. I mean, because a male could, I guess, defend himself or whatever, but like a black female, like
Look at
walking
the comments.
streets, walking the fucking streets.
Yeah. Desiree said in the comments that she's a black
Desiree,
woman
they
atheist,
would
and she's
would
been
kid-
closeted.
they would kidnap you first
and
day.
I sympathize with Desiree in the comments.
That's why I'm here. I'm like, fuck, who gonna do this shit? Somebody gotta do
look
it.
Look at how they reacted to Lil Nas X. Like, and that's because, and that's not like just like the white Christian community. That's the black Christian conservative community turning on him too.
But I'm saying,
Like,
I got a video on Lil Nas X coming up. But I'm saying though, like, okay, if like
try being a black Satanist.
Desiree is a closeted black female atheist, I'm pretty sure. Like, come on, people like her. It's like, damn, like
Diamonds in the rough for real. Like,
you cannot make this shit up. Listen, I swear, when other people come on the YouTube and they talk, it's like all my other videos pop back, and you cannot make this shit up. If you haven't seen my black atheist, all the words you got it's exactly what Mark and Lude are saying. Like, who fucks with you?
they would rather you be a Satanist than gay or an atheist. They would rather you still be and not just like a cosplaying atheist, like a LARPing Satanist, like
live action role.
yeah. But like, like every day's Halloween. No, they would rather you be a genuine, like what they think Satanists are, like literally believing. They would rather you be like a drinking blood, sacrificing baby. And I mean, the orgies sound pretty cool.
I have people that I know who sell drugs, do the hard and the soft. They do everything under the sun. That's they don't even follow their religion. But they'll be damned if you come up to them and tell them you're not religious. Like, what?
Right.
Even the people that don't kiss the God's ass and worship the ground that it walks on or whatever, in the clouds, and even those people are against.
Oh, you get your black card pulled. It's
like, motherfucker, where have you been?
This isn't even your God. How are you pulling my card for this?
Exactly. They literally telling me I'm possessed by fucking demons over what?
You're possessed by slave master nonsense. What are you talking about?
And then you have people saying that
No.
you have people saying that well, the Christianity come from Africa or whatever. I done seen videos where they say like
Black
it's not the
Israelites
it's
and
not
such.
the they say it's not the white man's religion. That makes it fucking worse.
Right. Like it's the and dealing with the fact that our people, at least in America, had to fight for a crappy education up until this it's what, the 60s. When was integration? 63, 70? So like we've got like one generation of semi-educated people.
End of the 60s, I think.
Yeah, one generation of and as soon as the integration started, the defunding of the schools ramped up.
The corridor of shame, as it's called in South Carolina. In fact, there's what's literally called the corridor of shame because the schools are falling apart, and it's in predominantly black communities.
Yeah, like they used to have, gun education was actually something that the schools did up until black people started showing up into the schools, and then they were like,
that's fucking ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. This shit.
Well,
sucks.
yeah, the point about being a black atheist being worse than a drug dealer, I could totally see that.
Yes, that's exactly what that's how it goes.
I can totally see that.
I have had drug dealers tell me like, we don't do that shit over here. You don't believe in God. What's wrong with you? Like, you sell crack. you killing the hood too. You're selling crack.
Right.
I mean, I'm not being hyperbolic when I say to you, that when I first saw your channel, I genuinely feared for your life. Yeah. I'm not being hyperbolic.
See, my thing is this. They're gonna have to come get me. I ain't stopping. I don't give a fuck. They gonna have to see. They're gonna have to come get me.
Yeah.
Now, if you're
I'm taking one with me,
you're probably fine. But if you're in the South, I think that just multiplies the danger.
I'm in Memphis, fucking Tennessee. That's what I'm saying. Bible Belt. Put that motherfucker on. Put your seatbelt on. This is Bible Belt.
Yeah. No.
Everywhere.
Tennessee's actually passing some really shitty legislation recently.
I swear to God, y'all, listen to me. I'm not fucking joking. I will do a fucking vlog. It's a church on every block in this neighborhood. You can.
Yep.
The neighborhood that I'm from, I'm telling y'all, there are more churches than gas stations, Kroger, Superstore, whatever you got. Is a church around the whole neighborhood. It's like 10 of them.
I could throw a rock from my front yard into the church.
It's okay. It's like if you drive in like a 30-minute circle around that big ass square where I'm talking about, it's like 15 churches. Like what the fuck is these? Like, I'm not joking. It's one street where there's 1, 2, 3, and then you turn left. You turn right, and it's 1, 2. It's like 4 on one L, like one stop sign, and you turn right. It's like 5, 6 churches right there. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Did y'all need this many? Ain't y'all all the same? What the fuck is going on?
It's the segregation power hour every Sunday, where like the Koreans go to one church, the blacks go to one church, the whites go to another church, the Chinese. They're all Christian churches, but the Methodists are over there, the Presbyterians are over there. It's nuts.
Black people. Who, like, even if you even if you did go back to being a Christian, which denomination you gonna choose? What you gonna do? Protestant, Episcopal, Baptist? What you gonna do? It's like the first battle is proving that the fucking God exists, but then what you gonna do once you accept the blind faith and go back? Then what you gonna do? Well, which church sent? They literally are telling you that you have to find a good. See, this is another video. Fuck it. They're I see video. They telling us to go find a good church. Like, what? How is there a bad church?
Well, that goes into there's people who speak about the church as if it were still like Christendom, like a monolith.
Yeah, well, they're talking about Christianity.
Yeah, but as if any Christian could speak on behalf of all Christians, though. Right. That's the bonkers thing. I don't get how, but that's it. But again, ignorance of history. I mean, they're ignorant of reality, so why wouldn't they be ignorant of history?
Well, I think that you have a interesting niche in the atheist community, because if you look at all of the atheist YouTube channels,
Mhm.
they are all about pretty much white atheists, or maybe
Exactly.
white atheists in the South.
Mhm.
But there's nobody talking about black atheists who actually
Cannot
have it way worse
you
Yeah.
cannot make
than
this
white,
shit up.
white atheists. And I know this because, like I told you, I grew up
That's
in New
that
York
is
City in a project with black people, and I know how it is. I know the culture because I grew up with it. So I know that being a black atheist
Mhm.
is extremely dangerous, and
Yeah,
it is
it is.
even worse in the South.
Which
It's
means the
very
potential for
dangerous.
profit is high if you
Yeah.
capitalize on that shit. But
Well,
you
there's
need to
just
do
nobody
it
talking about it.
safely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nobody's
yeah.
talking about it, and it is a you have to be closeted.
Mm.
You have to.
Thank you, Mark. Because I literally I did the same thing. I went. This is right before I started YouTube channel. I went to YouTube. I watched the Atheist Experience. I watched Talk Heathen. I watched Godless Bitches. I watched the whole um uh community of Austin. I watch all that shit. I'm like, okay, let me go to the other side. I watch Cosmic Skeptic, Genetically Modified, uh, and I'm like, something is fucking missing here.
Mhm.
They're all
And
white
then
atheists.
I'm like,
They're
what the
all
fuck
white
is
atheists.
going on? No, they don't
Yeah.
even they don't even talk about the hood.
No,
All right. And
They-
part of that
It's a
they
is
church.
don't.
It's a
That's
church on
there's
every. We got it. I won't say we got it worse. I'm
and
just
part of
gonna
that is
say
just white privilege being like oblivious to the other. Like
they
some of that
have
is just innocent and innocuous. Some of that is where you're gonna find them. Where you're gonna find people who want to be seen.
Tony Johnson says a friend of mine who
Whoa,
is also
Tony.
a black atheist had a gun pulled on him
You
by
might
his
have to.
mother when she found out, and I don't doubt
Wow.
that.
Mhm.
Wow.
If it wasn't his mother, it would have been his grandmother.
Yeah.
I need that. I need that testimony, Tony.
Yep.
Damn. I can't let that. We gotta see my and this is I'm gonna say this, but I feel like it's gonna see
You should
my
interview these
yes.
these black
Mhm.
atheists
Yes, that's
and
what I'm
use
saying.
that.
Cause shit like that, I didn't see. I done seen. I done. It didn't happen to me too. But like you talking about racism. You go tell them black folks you ain't a Christian. What?
There's no hate like Christian
You're
love.
out of here. It's over.
You're either going to get thrown out on the street
Over.
or worse.
It's over.
Yeah, you might you'll get disowned.
Bro,
You
Tony.
might get killed. Yeah, you get ostracized really quickly.
This shit suck. And see, I can't make it up. See, my family, my mother, she don't care. Unfortunately, my family, I don't have to go through that kind of stuff. This is why I had to talk, because I'm like, just because my personal experience don't line up with the fucking reality of other people, that don't mean I'm not good. I'm not okay.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable at fucking all. Every day I wake up like, damn, somebody just got fucking tortured and beat up and abused over some dumb shit that doesn't even fucking make sense.
Well, I saw your, I don't know, it might have been the first time I saw you. I think it was probably your third video because it was linked in our local free thinkers group.
Yeah.
And my first comment, because I just went back and found it in the group, was, I fear for this gentleman's life.
I think I saw
And
that.
people asked, well, it was on the Facebook group, and I think I might have said it in one of your videos, that I genuinely fear for your life because I know. And I know that if your mother didn't accept it, but coped with it, it could be your grandmother, could be your grandfather. It could be any family member who would want to cause you harm just because you no longer believe in God.
My family is very religious, but I don't talk to them. I don't associate with them.
I was
Probably
very fortunate that because my parents are interracial. That was the thing that made us black sheep in both camps initially And my father being Brethren from the Midwest, and my mother being Baptist from the East Coast. The race issue dominated the thing because they were all Christians, and then I came along, and they sent me to Christian school, and it just didn't take. Mostly because they couldn't figure out which denomination to send me to, so they split the baby and sent me to a third denomination for schooling, and that didn't fucking mesh. But like, I didn't really have regular contact with my extended family because they were just all racist, except for my grandmother, who was, she was on the level, but she was an Eastern Star, so like, we was going to church, but by the time I came out as an atheist, like my dad was like quasi Star Trek agnostic, and my mom was like fairly post-Catholic, but lapsed.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it just really wasn't a thing. I just had to, bow. I kind of race baited my mom into being an atheist. I feel kind of bad about that, but like I exposed her. But my mom is actually in one of the videos where Richard Dawkins and Neil deGrasse Tyson are at Howard University. There's a lady wearing a blue dress at the very end when they're doing the Q&A. And there's this guy talking to, I believe, Richard Dawkins, or he just throws the question at the stage about what would you do if you're going to die and the only thing you have is your knowledge of science? Like, how would you accept your fate? I think Neil deGrasse Tyson says something to the effect of, I would request that my remains not be cremated, but turned into a tree so that the nutrients could be feasted on. But my mom is sitting behind the dude. So I was able to actually convert my mom. I was able to deconvert my mom.
Okay.
A huge turning point in our relationship. So my experience is pretty great.
Well, mine is actually crazy. See, my sister has a black father. Okay, so this is my sister, and she's a Jehovah's Witness still. And I, and she doesn't talk to me because it would mean she would become disfellowshipped. So I don't have this relationship with my sister because I'm worldly in the ranks of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Ooh.
Now, my grandparents, my grandfather is a preacher, a Baptist, Southern Baptist preacher. And my grandmother was a choir lady. So very deep for me. And when I came out to my grandmother, when I was this is what's so interesting about it. So I came to visit my grandmother with my black girlfriend to the South and told her I was an atheist when I was like 18. And my grandfather promptly pulled out a shotgun.
Whoa.
No, and you know what was so bad? It wasn't because I told him I was an atheist. It was because I had a black girlfriend.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I had a black girlfriend, and my black girlfriend is standing in their living room next to their parrot that was named Johnny Reb with a Confederate flag flying over the top of the cage. Yeah, my grandparents were very racist.
I have a man,
and the atheism didn't faze them as much as the black girlfriend did.
Yeah, that's one of the things that makes me wonder whether or not like if it wasn't for the fact that at least in America, how indoctinated we are, and honestly, how propagandized Americans are generally. Whether or not it's the racist component of the thing that really the tribalism that's baked into the cake.
Well, they go hand in hand. Like with them, it was okay. First of all, you have the black girlfriend. Second, you've renounced God. And then this discussion after they calmed down turned into, well, God, you make us very sad, and that because we think you're going to burn in hell, because you are because then of course it turned into, well, are you sleeping with her?
Mm.
What does that have to do with anything? Well, it's premarital sex. It's against the abstinence. The wait for marriage, and then of course it's outside of your race, and the Bible says this about that, and the Bible says that about that, and I was just like,
surpassed the dick quotas.
wow, this
So
is.
how do we? I gotta keep asking this question because again, we have atheists who tell us this. I want to ask y'all, how do we respect these beliefs?
I don't think you respect the beliefs at all. I think you have to, and this is the hard part for us because of how absurd and how obscene their beliefs are. You have to treat them all like they're your mother. Like not the ones aiming guns at you, obviously, but like you have to respect the individual and try to find a way in which to craft a narrative that reaches them where they are. Like you have to be a shaman
But I
about
want to
it.
ask you. I want to ask you. I want to ask you something. Okay, do we do this with other stuff, or are we just gonna do this with religion?
Well, I think it works for almost anything as long as you. It depends on how. It depends on how serious or fact based the thing you're talking about is, because I'm not sure it translates to politics exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Until you start dealing with people like who are like Cult 45 QAnoners, then it's more religious anyway. So I think that still works because you have to realize that people feel their way through these things. They don't think their way through them. They emote through them. And so like no amount of like facts or rational arguments are going to get someone out of something that they didn't rationalize their way into. If I didn't feel nostalgia for Xena Warrior Princess and the Legendary Adventures of Hercules, when my roommate, who was an atheist, mentioned Greek and Roman mythology preceding Christianity as like a real thing that I really need to think about, it wouldn't have clicked for me. It wouldn't have been like, oh, holy crap, that's right. Romans didn't used to always be Christians. I somehow completely ignored that fact because of my bias and my cognitive dissonance and my devotion and my blind faith. It just never really resonated until he was like, yeah, but you watched Hercules. Why don't you get this? And I was like, wait. And that was when I had one of my first light bulb moments. And then everything that should have clued me into it beforehand, all the little things in my life, from reading Calvin and Hobbes to watching Star Trek to like interactions I'd had with other atheists who were just, genuinely sincere friends of mine. It was like I had that moment in Ratatouille where he eats the thing and he flashes back to his childhood. Everything lines up. I had that moment, and it was like, how did I not see this my entire life? But when you're in it, when you're feeling it, when you're caught in your feelings, when you're in love with the Lord, when you're truly enraptured with the glory of the heavenly host, who's going to tell you you're not in love? Who's going to tell you you're not in love? And that's the hard thing. You're shitting on people's love. And that's hard to do because it just makes them grip on. What's that old story about the sun and the wind? That old kid story where like the wind and the sun have like a bet about like whether they can get this dude to take off his jacket.
Yeah, I can recall that story.
It's exactly like that. That is seriously.
Education, I think, is we really need education.
Yeah.
We need a lot of that.
But we also live in a country where education is like optional and just like your opinion, bro. So like that's the problem with America is like we equate education with opinion because we have freedom of stupidity.
Lou, did you say that you called it love, right?
Mhm.
But like this shit is okay. So
It is the most hateful shit in the world. Don't get me wrong.
yeah, okay.
But they don't see it that way because they've been trained not to. In the same way that like that trick ass bitch that's stealing your money is not a good relationship choice, but you
Yeah.
love her. Or that dude who's beating the fuck out of his wife on a regular basis, she loves him. Like you can fill episodes of fucking what was that show? Not Phil Donahue. What was the Jerry Springer?
Jerry
Yeah,
Springer.
yeah.
Jerry,
Definitely.
yeah. It's the bad. The toxic relationship is a tale as old as time, and this is just another toxic relationship that you have to wean people off of, or somehow find a way to expose them to the tainted love. You know, and
Well,
that's what.
I spent a lot of years going to church and sitting there, and every sermon is specially crafted and cherry picked from a particular point in the Bible, and don't
Yep.
you dare deviate from that particular piece, because if you
Exactly.
try to follow along with the sermon, you'll find your pastor skipping over a few verses here and there, because those might be the ones where it says, kill the babies or the goat talked.
I'm going. Okay. So with the whole, I want to go back to the love thing. I'm going to do my best to respect these people as humans,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I'm not making no fucking promise.
that's so like me and my cousin. I can call my cousin a stupid ass all day, but he knows I love him because at the end of the day, we end every conversation with love, peace, and chicken grease. And it doesn't matter that he is a InfoWars misinformed nut job who thinks that he's going to play World of Warcraft with Russia and China because he's out of his mind and he loves his guns. But we have real conversations, and I finally realized I was getting through to him when he said, "Bro, I don't think capitalism works." And this is my like hustling 80 hours a day since he was old enough to like steal somebody else's gun. Like, and he goes, "Bruh, this is just a racket. It's always been a racket since like medieval times. They just took feudalism, and this is completely unprompted. He went from gangsta to, bruh, capitalism is just feudalism rebranded." And I'm like, I didn't even have to tell you about Karl Marx. How did you do that? He just goes, "Man, I went to Vegas. It's a hustle." I'm like, they will find a way to rationalize the truth in the same way they find ways to rationalize the lies. You just have to like slow boil them like a lobster. Because the flash fry will do a great job of sorting the people who can think from the people who can't think right in that moment. But if you want to take the people who can't think and teach them, that requires a degree of patience that only my wife has.
I certainly don't have that patience.
Me neither. I don't flash
have it.
fry some motherfuckers because it's fun.
I don't have it because every time, and this is what I don't, me personally, I don't like to debate them because, and the reason why is because every time I'm trying to explain to them why their God doesn't exist or whatever, I'm like, motherfuckers hung from trees. What are we talking about?
Well, that's one of the reasons why, like, if somebody thinks they're Napoleon,
what the fuck are we talking about? What are we debating? Who gives a fuck if the God exists or not?
Circular arguments is how they win those debates anyway. And then when the circular arguments fail, then they start with the ad hominem attacks.
But does this is why I take a different approach to. That's why I said you don't even have to call me a fucking atheist. I will say that your God exists. Now explain to me why the fuck it wants worship and all this shit. Even if I say your God exists, it still don't make fucking sense.
Yeah, that was one of the conversations I had in the comment section of one of your last videos. I think the guy deleted all the entire thread.
I saw that.
Where he was talking about well, would you become a Christian? And I was like, sure, I'll become a Christian. But like, I mean, if Christianity was true, would you believe it? I was like, of course, if it's true, I'll believe it. But that doesn't mean I'll become one. Like, I just might resign myself to hell. That was actually how I got myself out of Christianity, like on my own. Well, while I was still quite apocalyptic and evangelical, they say be Christ-like, be Christ-like, be Christ-like, right? Well, what did Jesus do in the 3 days he was missing from the earth? Allegedly, he went to hell. So I thought to myself that if Jesus went to hell, I should go to hell. And once you resign yourself to damnation, and you go, well, look, man, if I stay in hell, I as a Christian, I go to hell. That's one more spot in heaven for someone else. What a martyr I am in the metaphysical sense. I'm a metaphysical martyr. I don't have to like go to war and jihad myself. I can just give up my spot in heaven. And once you do that, oh, you're already 1 foot out the door.
But see, like, okay, look at this. So when it comes to like debating these people, like, how do they? Okay.
Oh, evangelizing is colonization. I mean, that's all it is.
But how do they? Like people, they all say the same shit about the buildings and the paintings and the arguments and it's all the same. It's like, are they not listening when the atheist talks? Because
it's the force of 2 millennia of momentum. You have to realize you're going up against 2 millennia of the same regurgitated horse crap with tweaks around the edges. So like by the time you get from like Aquinas to like Lane Craig, whatever, there's a huge chasm of dogma that you just skip it. Where we're at right now with granting the deistic prospect and then telling them they have all their work still ahead of them is precisely the best place to be, because you don't engage in theological debates, because they can't even sort theological debates. That's why I don't do it. I go, hey, look, man, if the Mormons, the Amish, the Protestants, and the Catholics all got into a room, they'd never agree on anything. Why should I listen to you? Get from deism to theism then figure that out. But until then, and this is the most magnificent thing that I've learned recently. Where did the Book of Genesis come from?
Oh, it's the Epic of Gilgamesh.
It goes back even further than that. It goes into like part of it is from Gilgamesh. Another part of it is straight from
it's like Akkadian
the Canaanite Babylonian mythology. Their god is a god in another pantheon. Monotheism didn't come from nowhere. The Israelites used to be Canaanites, and Yahweh, the lesser god, was assigned to Israelites, was assigned to be like, hey, look at these people all over the earth. Hey, someone go get Yahweh. Tell him that he's got to he's on garbage duty. Right? And Yahweh's like, I can't do anything right.
But it's like, okay, so I wish I would have recorded the phone call, because the day we made fun of that guy that came on, the guy that I talked to on the phone, he didn't want to come on. But that day before we got on there, I was talking to this Christian on the phone, and I wish I would have recorded it. I granted him everything. I gave him the God exists, Jesus rose and died. I gave him everything. I gave him the Christian, the whole thing. I gave it to him, and then I asked him, I said, explain to me why this God deserves worship. And he was like, well, he died for our sins and all this. And I was explaining to, okay, well, but why should we worship a God that created everything and created us? This, like, everything that you're talking about was his fault to begin with. So where is the part where we should worship him? What did he do that requires worship? And he couldn't give me a straight answer, because we had already went through the whole thing where God created everything and God is the Alpha and Omega. He is responsible for everything. So everything he was saying would contradict his religion. So it's like you can't sit here and tell me that something is our fault when we don't control shit.
I usually just say, well, why don't we just tell God to get rid of sin? Just take it out of the equation.
Right. Like
just don't take it out and take it away. Then he can take sin away. Take it all away.
They anchor that to
free will.
To free will, and like I don't even believe in free will, and that boggles their minds. And so we're already like 3 inception layers deep into this delusion, and they haven't even been able to scratch the surface. So like I the free will argument is a merry-go-round of lunacy, because I'm like, they don't understand cause and effect, and they don't understand like their own like God, like the omni abilities, all the omni attributes. They don't understand that each of those has a loophole.
Yeah, very good debates that I see around. I've watched a few debates about this sort of stuff. People who are very good at debates, obviously like Matt Dillahunty, those kinds of guys who have been debating them for like decades.
Yeah.
But speaking of things like that, have you ever thought, because you mentioned talking to this atheist, or not atheist, theist on the telephone, you ever thought about doing a call-in show a la like The Line and having the theists call in?
It would be.
It's
see, I'm not a serious debater. Like I'm just gonna laugh at them
because they're gonna want to go chapter and verse with you, and you're gonna have to get really good at cutting off presuppositionalists and
exactly. If you go back to past live streams, we made fun of all of them, every last one. We can take them serious because Lou broke it.
No, you can't.
This man got like Lude has the gift of gab. Once he break it down and we give you the floor, if you flop, fuck him. It's like, what can we? I mean, you cannot make it up. After Lude was just like talking to him, like, hey, this is what you got to do. We understand this. Now go. They went back to exactly what he said. You can't do because we already. It's like, man, fuck him.
Circular arguments.
It's like
go around and around, chase the dog's tail.
I will talk to people who say, hey, I'm questioning my beliefs. Explain to me why this is bullshit so I can leave. I will talk to those people. Sure. But you what is the debate about? What are we going to talk about? The Bible? Because I'm going to bring up my verses. That's bullshit. And they're going to bring up their verses about love your neighbor and shit. But I made a video about this, about atheists get to cherry pick the Bible. And what I was saying was the good does not outweigh the bad, y'all. If you got a Bible verse that says love your neighbor, and then you got the Bible verse that says you must stone non-believers and women who have sex, women who cheat on their husbands shall be put to death. Which one, if you put that on a scale, what we going? Which one we gonna talk about? We don't have to talk about the good because everybody understands that. You gotta explain to me what the fuck God was talking about when he said stone non-believers. Over what? I'm trying to fucking raise money to give to the charity just like y'all. What the fuck?
I get them on the 10 Commandments. It's like, well, why do the Christians use the wrong 10 Commandments? Well, what do you mean about the wrong 10 Commandments? Well, there were 3 sets of commandments. Why aren't we using the last set that was brought down, one of which was to give up your firstborn? Because the commandment was that you had to give up your firstborn.
Yep.
So you had a child, you were supposed to sacrifice it.
See, but those are like the boring, litigious parts of the Bible that aren't filled with like Sunday school stories. Those aren't really right. Those aren't the pictures that they colored in with crayons, so they don't remember them.
No, they were never taught them either, because you're not going to sit in a sermon with your pastor or in a Sunday school, and they're not going to tell you about the 3 sets of commandments
or the 300 other commandments that are in all the
ones that are scattered all over, right? From Yahweh and in the New Testament.
How exactly do I sort the entrails of a sacrifice to the Lord? Like, gee, the kidneys go over here.
Telling little Timmy, cut your dog up and sacrifice it on the stake. Burn offering for the Lord.
That's little Timmy, you should have been sacrificed because you were the firstborn.
You come home and your kid's fucking cutting your cat up, sacrificing it to the Lord and shit. And you're gonna be like, what happened? What are you doing? Well, Father, I read in your fucking Bible that God enjoys burnt firstborn animals and shit. So I'm trying to fulfill the prophecy, god damn it.
Oh, well, by all means, go right ahead, little Timmy. Now that's the scary part. That's the part where you run into out of the mouth of babes comes the wisdom of the Lord, and then they go right along with it. And then you have the blind leading the blind.
Like, come on, you telling me God created me with male foreskin to chop it off? Like, ow.
Yeah.
That intelligent design.
Ow.
Look! I was really big on the foreskin in the early R&D phases, but upon further examination, I really think it's not working with our test audiences, so we're gonna have to let it go.
Like my nuts are hurting right now thinking about this shit.
Dinosaurs.
I'm sore right now.
Dinosaurs were a really great idea, but eventually God just kind of got bored with them, and he was like, "Look, Republicans are gonna need oil."
and gas and shit.
So rocks to you.
God, that was good.
These are the same
Republicans need oil.
Yeah, climate change. Remember, climate change is a hoax, but Noah's magical incest zoo cruise is undeniable.
Right.
Oh, don't forget about the kinds.
I saw a TikTok.
The kinds.
What the fuck, man? You can't make this shit up. Well, you can, but I'm saying like
You literally have to.
I sit there and listen to Ken Ham talk about the kinds.
I'm just gonna say bravo, because this is some major league bullshit that they came up with. You got to commend the people that came up with this shit. Like, they came up with some horse shit and people believe it by the billions.
Hovind and Ken Ham, yeah.
Dr.
Dino. Dr. Dino, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Dr. Dino.
I think Ken Ham made an appearance at one of my schools, or we were all forced to watch one of his videos in an assembly. I really don't.
Wow.
Because I distinctly remember millions of dead things laid down by water, buried in earth all over the world. And I'm being like, but I went to the Natural History Museum. Like, fortunately, my parents were like, I had Dino Riders as a kid, so I know that like humans and dinosaurs didn't exist outside of cartoons.
Oh, of course, they were on the ark together.
Man,
I thought they didn't make the boat. I thought it was like dinosaurs and unicorns were like, I thought it was Tuesday.
Yeah, they were on the ark, according to Ken Ham.
Holy crap.
Dinosaurs were on the ark with Noah. That's how they were able to repopulate the earth. The flood fable is like my favorite one, because it's like all of these two, add two of each kind of animal goes on. Remember, it's a kind, goes on the ark. And then as soon as they come off of the ark, your lions and your tigers and whatnot, they kill your deer, because those are the only two that they have for food, and you don't have deer anymore. And
Anteaters. How patient do you have to be as an anteater to wait for ants to eat?
Oh, you've got to be pretty patient, but
and you got to make it to South America.
Sick shit.
No kangaroos and things on there as well. Where did we get those from?
Marsupials to the back of the boat.
I'm just like, people, like, how do people believe this stuff, y'all?
It's compartmentalization. Like, this is why I fundamentally believe we're an insane species. It is the millions and millions of years of living in the savannah and jumping at the slightest rustle in the bushes that has left us completely paranoid. Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? That's why they think when the wind blows, who's there? That's why they look at the mountain and the skies and the trees and go, who's there? Who did it? They think everything is a who's there, because our brains are primed to do that shit. Our brains are primed to do that shit. Because if you don't say who's there, you get jacked. You get chived. It's the tiger will eat you. And our ability to like think logically is like a couple 100,000 years in the making. but our paranoid reptile brain is like millions and millions of years. So we're just nuts. How long have we been cooking food? How long have we been walking upright? Every time I trip down a fucking step, I go, how the fuck long have stairs existed? I feel like my ancestors who learned how to walk shake their heads at me every time I trip. I stub my toe on the side of the coffee table, and I look back and I see my ancestors go, "Oh my goodness, we've been walking for so long. Why haven't they figured it out yet? Left foot, right foot, don't stub your toe." But they're on autopilot and they don't know they're on autopilot.
I thought it was intelligent design.
No, the trick is to realize that Yahweh's a lesser God. So his perfect design.
There's a few mistakes in his blueprint.
Yeah, he's not Elohim the Most High.
Man.
Elohim the Most High wouldn't have fucked this shit up. Like
I could do better. I could do better.
Exactly.
I could do better, bro.
I'm
for real.
Night vision would be great.
Listen to me. If God would just give me his power for like a day,
we'd have prehensile tails and 11-inch dicks.
We would be swing low.
Oh my goodness.
You gonna learn today. Man, hey,
yeah, intelligent design.
Yeah.
I love the
intelligent.
It's such projection of irony, just no self-reflection. But yeah, like it's like dude from Monty Python said it best, man. Like, you have to be a little smart to know how dumb you are.
Mm-hmm.
The Dunning-Kruger effect.
If you,
yep.
If you go through my channel, I say this in every video. I always say I don't know shit. If you ever, I don't know shit. What y'all? I always ask, like, what do y'all want from me? I am not Einstein. I don't know shit. But I know one thing. What's in that book? That is.
You already know more than most people because you're questioning your own knowledge.
Yeah. That and for all the God is the beginning of wisdom shit, it's like, no, man, ignorance is the beginning of wisdom. Acknowledging that you're ignorant is the beginning of learning shit.
Like I had a lot of beliefs, but I'm questioning everything. Like I don't know. I don't say I know anything. And this is why I said this in a video, and it's like it was so fire. I was like, when they tell us we should respect their beliefs, I'm like, well, I hold the belief that we don't need a God to be great. So when you tell us we're nothing without God and we're less than and we deserve eternal punishment, I'm like, you just disrespected my beliefs, motherfucker. So if you want me to, it's gonna contradict because they have to spread their this is
it's a one-way street.
They gotta spread their word. They got to. That's how it works.
Look,
because they profit from it.
They cannot keep their religion to themselves. That's against a religion.
They're commanded not to. Like, how many people? Like, it's like libertarians and a lot of conservatives when they come to like that like the Dunning-Kruger and their inability to see their own irony in their beliefs when they talk about limited government, but they want to like control a uterus, right? But like, it's how many of these liberty espousing freedom warriors, like liberty all day, freedom all day, but then they're like, kneel before the king. You're a monarchist. And you're like, how can you? What? But 1776 will commence again. But you're a monarchist. Just because your king is in another realm doesn't make you any less of a monarchist. What are you talking about the Constitution for? What are you doing, son? That's the thing that every single thing that they espouse, you can assume the exact opposite and probably be correct. And it's all the way down, turtles. It's nuts. Every fractal error, they are wrong at every macro or microscopic level in their beliefs. And so you have to choose your battles. You have to find the most choice nuggets that they've sincerely wrapped their emotions around. And those are the ones you pick at. And you can be as gentle or as hard and abrasive as you feel the person warrants. But like, again, you do catch more flies with honey than with vinegar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
But
have
if you're
to be
not, and if you're
careful,
not,
though.
but I also have a bug zapper, so fuck them.
Yeah, you have to be careful about them when you attack them. Yes, being gentle, you really do have to be. You have to be very, very careful.
I'm lazy.
Our local freethinkers group, our local atheist group, gives blankets and little bits of money and things to the poor. And one year it was we had been protested by several churches for giving blankets and little bits of money and bottles of water and toilet paper to the poor.
Wow.
For the homeless. They protested us because we were devil worshippers and we were trying to convert these homeless people.
But we're going to send some missionaries out into the jungle.
And so we had debates with them while they were protesting. And that just didn't really go over too well. They were, think like not quite as bad as Westboro Baptist Church, but
That is
they didn't have God hates fags signs, but they
ridiculous.
had pentagrams and things
Yeah.
associated with the atheists. So we're non-theists.
They're
We
not
don't
even
believe
pagans.
we don't believe in deities.
I'm a lazy atheist. I'm just gonna tell you, I'm like, fuck your God, fuck your religion. What's up?
Yeah,
I
but
try to.
you're gonna catch the flack you get. Right? And it is what
I
it
like
is.
that. I enjoy the smoke.
Yeah.
I don't like to have.
Where there's smoke, there's fire, and so you best be prepared to catch some of that fire because it's coming.
But see, I don't like to be civil about shit that's causing harm. Like this
I
I
agree.
know what
I
know, y'all. I know y'all. I do. I understand, and I know I'm wrong for saying this, but I'm like, fuck them.
Mm-hmm. No, I trust me. I'm definitely
fuck them.
Yeah, because this is my playground now.
The
time is short.
We have hung from trees, y'all. You got the picture that.
Yep.
Yeah, well, we're used to be
How
monkeys.
can you go? The dude, one of the atheists got on the understand what y'all are saying about the whole attack the belief and not. But I'm like, motherfucker, what?
Oh yeah, no, like
what you do? I'm just as irrational as them then, because I'm like, fuck them.
Right. The difference is only insofar as you'll take it, and the thing is that like you smack a hornet's nest. The hornets aren't gonna go, good job, sir. Quite. The hornets are gonna come in stinging.
I know. Yeah.
So like I said, the conversations that I've had with believers who are zealots and are militant, there's a Catholic channel, Church Militant, and they are they don't like Pope Francis because they think Jesuits are. There's like a sect of right-wing fascist Catholics who go all the way back to whatever compact it was in Vatican II, and they believe that was when the church went astray because they were like going to teach they were going to give mass in anything other than Latin. They were going to use it in other languages so that, people could understand what was being spake at them. And so like that was when the church went astray, and then it was just mongrel races, and it's just a gateway into religious nationalism, and it's hot trash. But you're gonna run into Nazis who want to do Nazi shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, I'm willing to take responsibility for what I'm saying. I understand that. If they gonna tell me that I'm no better than them, I'm gonna say, well, show me where my beliefs is calling for motherfucker to get stoned for simple shit like being gay.
Yeah, I mean, I am comfortable in the Midwest area that I'm in is fairly metropolitan. I don't really feel like if I went to Pennsylvania or West Virginia that I'd have the same comfort level. But like you doing what you do, especially from work, is brave as all fuck. I would be terrified. I would be terrified of Men in Black checking out my fucking and negating my clearances.
Like I said, I fear for his safety when I first saw him.
Because like one of the things about the intelligence community that I learned recently was that like it used to be predominantly like the CIA, all those alphabet boys used to be Mormons, like straight up like Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons, because they were clean and could pass background checks. They had no criminal records. It got to a point where there were so many Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons in the intelligence community, CIA, FBI, that like other members of other religious groups had to file lawsuits against the United States government because they were being passed up for promotion.
Mm.
But that's the mentality, that regimented, detail-oriented, like sterile existence mentality that those cultists have, that are in positions of obscene power.
Are you saying that they wanted that it was a group effort and within the cult to attain these particular jobs?
No, I'm saying that it may have been a byproduct of like an emergent property. Like it just initially happened that way because those were the people who didn't have, drug addictions, because they don't even fucking drink caffeine.
It's not like the Scientologists when they did this whole infiltration of the government.
Well, so like I think initially, they may have taken over and decided that they were going to show favoritism. Like the favoritism and bias grew within the culture, but the culture emerged naturally initially. Like they didn't go out seeking to like take control of the Fed. It's just that the environment, the very sterile environment of the federal government allowed them to flourish, and then
it made what you're saying then is it made them comfortable there,
right? And then they just do what they do.
So y'all listen. I understand y'all fear for my safety and shit, but it's like when these what do they call racist Confederate flag wearing motherfuckers?
Those are the ones I'd worry about.
The people like these people, they always pick on the weak ones, the weakest link, the short skinny kid.
Sure,
let them come try it.
Well, I mean,
I got this black belt for a reason. Let them come. Now they might kill me with their guns and shit.
Well, yeah, shoot back. They're the white nationalist terrorist militia groups are ignored or devalued by the FBI and CIA, or rather by the FBI, like the CIA international stuff, by the FBI, because of a cultural bias within the institution. And that's because maybe there aren't enough black people in that institution. Maybe there aren't enough like non-religious or even secular-minded religious people within those institutions. Maybe there's just a lot of conservative people who just believe that we're a Christian country because that's what I heard. The entire gambit from zealous to passive, uncritical thinker. Like the result is going to be the same. And so the problem isn't going to be the Jim Bob boy and his red pickup truck and them coming there and they're going to get you. It's going to be like the dude in a suit who denies you a bank loan and a job.
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember this.
Or the deputy sheriff who looks the other way when Bob, Jimbo, come and do their thing, and then the DA doesn't prosecute.
Right. Keep in mind, though, that you have people, these prominent pastors, if you will, the Cat Kerrs, John Yenlows, Robin Bullocks, these
Inside the
types
Beltway
of
shit.
people, that they do preach to their congregation that they need to keep the United States, or force the United States more towards this Christian country. And I have heard and seen videos where these various, prominent preachers, if you will, tell their congregations to seek out these jobs.
Oh, sure.
Wow.
In government.
Yeah, like there's a couple universities, Liberty University.
Yes.
The Christian school that I graduated from tried to funnel us all into Liberty University. And Liberty University, in addition to just being like Southern Evangelical Baptist, shit, they train lawyers. They train lawyers who train judges,
Wow.
who fill courthouses, who, advise legislators, who sit on the board of think tanks, who eventually are the reason why you can't get an adoption in the state you're in if you're not Christian.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's the real problem. It's going to be the soft power that's leveraged against you, not the hard power that's going to be like the Ku Klux Klan and the rebels coming to get you, because that shit's going to be stupid and obvious. And I think that even good Christians are going to be like, "You've crossed the line, good sir. You don't speak for my Jesus." The problem, and that's not going to be the problem. It's going to be the soft power liberal Jesus that still does the same shit on the systemic level that fucks people over, because that's unconscious. It hasn't been elevated to the point where they can see it, that they're shoveling stinky shit.
Well, take over the school boards is another way to do it. They just, like Aaron Ra has been fighting the Texas school board for God knows how long, a decade, over the education in Texas. Like, he's been fighting the good fight for the atheists in Texas for like over a decade on the school board. And they basically teach, they're teaching these kids, well, this is the way it is, taking science out of the classroom and replacing it with God. And so it's good. They're making it easy to take it over as well. They're just basically, indoctrinating you from the time that you're kindergarten.
And the momentum of hundreds of years. So, like, when it happens, like, good people of good conscience won't think two things of it. That's how half the country voted for Trump. Like, I don't think that, it's the systemic control. I don't think that most people who I've talked to were virulent racists. There were a lot of people who were in deep denial about Trump's racism, but there were a lot of people who were just like, we just need an outsider who's a non-politician. And most Americans are sick of both parties. Most Americans are independent. Most Americans understand that politicians suck. What they don't understand is that a country isn't a company, and a failed businessman is a terrible investment. But they also believe in angels, so, like, of course they don't.
Yeah.
Man,
Trump's racism, I had a conversation with many people when he was running for president and said he's a racist. Well, how do you know that he's a racist? I happened to be in New York when the Central Park 5 thing went down, and he took out that front page in the newspaper to basically call for their deaths. And then they were acquitted, and they found the people who really did it. And then it was like, oh, well, that doesn't matter. We still should kill them anyway.
Right. Look at the death penalty. Look at, like, how many, like, moderate or liberal Christians are still like, yeah, but the state should still kill people.
Yeah, because their pastor told them so.
So what the fuck are
Because
we
they're
gonna
God,
do?
because they're God
God
believers.
damn!
Their God mandates a death penalty for
This shit-
sin disobedience.
this y'all got to see my.
It's
I'm
deep.
bothered. I'm bothered, bro.
Yeah, like we're so far away from Norway.
People be asking me like, how are you that upset in every video, motherfucker? Are you under a rock?
Yeah, if you're not upset, you're not paying attention.
What the fuck are
That's
you
the
talking
reality.
about?
We're the only industrialized nation that is like, look, man, it'd be great if you would live, but I can't make any money off of that. So a certain percentage of you are going to have to die because I can't make any money off you. Hashtag pro-life.
I don't get it.
That is the biggest
That's-
contradiction, isn't it?
How
We're
are you
pro-life, but
Pro-life.
it's okay if you die.
like?
Yeah.
How do we? I don't
For the
I don't-
money, the root of all evil.
People
But that's-
actually.
That's the point
I'm
of
sorry, go ahead.
insanity, man. That's the point of insanity. Don't understand that it's nonsense. Don't try to understand it in any other way other than how it is that you can unravel it. Because trying to make sense of it is a wild goose chase. It's inherently you're just going to exhaust. That's what I found it is going to exhaust you more than anything. You're trying to make something that's wrong come around. That will tire you out because like you already know that they haven't thought it through. And that's all there is to it. The trick is, how do you get them to think it through, and can you? And if you can, do try on those people who are thoughtful. Find that thing that they care about and make that the point. Make that the entire point of it, because you'll plant
do that.
seeds. You either plant seeds, or
That's what I do.
You're dealing with a desert.
My in the last video I made about Christianity is an attack on our safety. The girl, she said that hell is not going to be fun. It's going to be a place where you're motherfucking burnt. And I tried to make it like, okay, do you like Christians say they care about us?
Right.
And it's like, okay. You care about me. Yes. And this is why I wish I would have recorded that phone call. He was like, he cared about me because we were friends. He's like, he cares about me and he wants me to do good. And then I asked, okay, so how do you feel about God punishing me for shit? That's ridiculous. You telling me I'm supposed to get the same crime as Hitler for not believing in God?
Jeffrey Dahmer is a great example, because Jeffrey Dahmer found Christ.
How do you simultaneously say you care about me and my well-being and how I'm doing in life, and then worship a God that's telling you what he's going to do to me? That doesn't make fucking sense.
Why do I have to go to heaven with the dude who ate my face off? Like, come on, like let's assume everything has a happy ending. I go to heaven, you go to heaven. The worst of us can be redeemed. Cool beans, man. I love it. It's God is all love. Good, love. Now Jeffrey Dahmer found Christ. Jeffrey
I guess
Dahmer
he goes to heaven now.
Yeah, 1984. He found Christ.
Wow.
Jeffrey Dahmer ate my face. I'm one of his victims. I'm in heaven. Awkward.
Wasn't
But
Ted
if you-
Kaczynski a Christian?
Yeah. The
How many
prison
people did
system
he
is-
kill?
Atheists are like 2 point something, 1 point something % of the prison system. If that.
Atheists, I don't even think that they're even a whole percent. I mean, I think it's actually less than that. I think it was Aaron Ra who actually came up with like the real numbers on that somehow. And it's low, like how many people who were atheists or agnostics or some, other non-denominational, they don't believe in any particular faith in the prison population. It's very small. It's very small. It's predominantly Christians.
Yeah.
Man, I am sick. I'm
It's
fucking sick.
disgusting.
I'm sick.
It's predominantly Christians that are in jail, and it's
damn.
predominantly Christians that get abortions.
Yeah. Like I would become a vegan just to spite them. Just to be like,
I'm sick.
I'm so pro-life, I don't even eat anything with a heartbeat.
I'm sick. I'm
Well, they cry pro-life, and they're the ones getting the abortions, which I find just so ironic.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just like, how many Christians get aborted? And mind you, in the very states that they try to abolish it in.
Yeah.
It's like, really? You want to get rid of it, but the people who are getting the abortions that you hate, you're pro-life, they're Christians, are the ones that are doing it?
What's that porn star from Lebanon?
I can't honestly say I know.
She basically has a fatwa on her. She can't go back home.
Because she had an abortion.
Mia
Yeah.
Khalifa.
Mia Khalifa. She can't go back home.
Mm.
Like all the drama, and I don't really,
because she's a porn star, or because she got pregnant.
I don't. She has some sort of like drama where she's just like a scam and a half in addition to being a porn star.
Yeah.
But I don't really entertain any of that. I've just heard third hand accounts of stuff. But what's actually fairly interesting is that apparently she cannot go back to Lebanon because she got that fatwa on her. And you know how you figure that out is because the largest consumers of her pornography are from the Middle East.
Why am I not surprised by that?
Yep.
Pretty fucking ironic.
Yep, she's a household name over there. But like, there's an old saying that the cop who beats the prostitute has the most desperate need of her services, and that's always the case. Like
she wore a headscarf during the filming, and that's the reason.
Yeah,
that's
I know they want her dead for real.
Mm-hmm. It's a good video. It's fantastic.
I had a video idea. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just telling y'all. I know y'all. I'm not
Jim
gonna do it.
Jones, die with dignity.
I had a very disrespectful video idea where I would fucking get me one of those things and wear it on my face and like.
No, you don't want to do that.
Yeah,
it was a
dream. It was a dream.
I would make an entire industry move out of blasphemy. I really would.
The dream. It was a dream, y'all. I'm not gonna do it, but that motherfucking dream was the shit. I was
little baby Jesus butt plugs. That's a real thing. It's a thing you can buy. No lie. Like, I mean, maybe I'm oversharing here a little bit, but it's a thing you can purchase. Not that I've purchased any of them. But
clear your name.
Yeah. When I die, I'm just saying delete my web history.
Oh man, you gotta go incognito.
Yeah.
Are there really like sexual toys that are made to mock Christians?
Absolutely. Erotic blasphemy. Blasphemy is absolutely my jam.
I honestly can say I've never heard of that.
It's a thing. You do have to do a little bit of searching, but there's a whole array of silicone dildos that are like Buddha, Jesus, the Virgin Mary. I don't know if there's one for Muhammad or not.
No, they don't want to fuck with them.
They don't have.
But
they don't want to fuck with them.
There's a silicone Bible with a hole in it.
Remember what happened to Trey Parker and Matt Stone with South Park and depicting Muhammad?
Yeah. It's one of my favorite lamb commercials. Y'all need to look this up. There's a lamb commercial from New Zealand. Came out in like 2017, and it caused a bit of a ruckus, right? And it was all the gods at dinner, and they were like there was some music playing, and Jesus was like, no. Thor was like, what is this? Christian rock. And Jesus was like, yeah, it's a song about me. And Moses was like, yeah, they're all about you.
I just found it.
It's great. And then like the one lady at the end, she's an atheist. She's like, I'm a non-believer. We're the fastest growing religion. And all the gods are like, whoa, what? But, at least we have lamb. The meat we can all agree on. And
Wow.
it was they got so much shit, but the New Zealand board of agriculture was like, they went hard on that. It's really well done. Like Buddha and what's the elephant god in Hindu?
I don't know how to put it in the chat, or I would put this in the chat.
Yeah.
This commercial, because I did just find
fantastic.
it. It's 2 minutes long, and I'm absolutely not
Elron
surprised. Elron Hubbard is here. I see him. He's wearing his Sea Org hat.
Can't you copy and paste it in the?
I can put it in the private chat there, and then you guys can put it. And maybe you can put it somewhere for people to see this. I am going to watch this later. I think Shiva is in there as well. Yes.
Can we address the elephant in the room? It wasn't funny 3,000 years ago. It's not funny today.
Yeah, there's, I believe, virtually every deity is definitely represented at this table. I'm just skipping through it.
And by the way, lamb is tasty. I fucking lamb chops.
There's Elron, and there's an alien as well.
Xenu.
Xenu. It must be Xenu. It must be Xenu. Yeah, that is
my jam.
I put it in there.
I see that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch this.
Jesus has this great crack about oh, where's Muhammad? He couldn't make an appearance.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Okay, see, now in New Zealand, New Zealand I think is a fairly I know a few people in New Zealand. It's a fairly secular, fairly secular country.
They don't have coronavirus anymore.
Yeah, well, that's because
they haven't had it for since August of last year.
What?
Because they had a government that works.
And I think that their current president, neoliberal as she might be, is like a biomed student. Or she has degrees in molecular biology or something to that effect. So she was like, "Oh, a virus? Well, we live in the Pacific. We know not to mess around with that nonsense. Shut it all down." And everyone was like, "Yes, by all means, shut it all down." And they did it. And now they're having football games and concerts and shit while we're still wearing double masks.
Is that the Dalai Lama sitting across?
This commercial is so fucking great, man. Thor and Zeus crack me up, man. What does eggplant mean?
How long is the commercial?
It's 2 minutes. 10 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah, it's a riot. Mm-hmm. Aphrodite sitting there between Jesus and Thor.
What's going on? Is that what's with the long ears? Is that the Dalai Lama with the long ears, or is that another deity?
Oh no, that's Buddha.
That's Buddha.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna have to make a.
Got Confucius there. I don't know who that African deity is. I know that the Chinese deity is the goddess of food. That's why she's taking up like one of those food selfies, and why she has the largest following on the planet. If you watch American Gods, that would be how she gets her worship.
Food.
You never lamb alone. We love our lamb.
It's such a great. I love it. One of my brothers from Ghana, he goes down to Pennsylvania to get fresh goat, and I need him to cook for me. He's one of the most Christian dudes I know, but Papa goes to get the goat, and he's like, "You have to come." He's like, "You have to come with me, Tom. You have to come with me. You get the goat." I'm like, "Yeah, man. Yeah, I want to meet my food. I want to meet my food." I believe Anthony Bourdain was one of the most baller journalist chefs ever, and his show was 40% foodie, experimenting, going into the jungle, going into your grandmama's cooking, just going into rustic areas and being like, What are you doing with meal? What are you doing with cornbread? What are you doing with tripe? But the 60% of his show was just cultural awareness and political awareness and being like, oh, yeah, people in Iraq are really, really great and they cook excellent food. But also, here's how the war has shaped why they eat what they eat. And that's important to know. Like, how are you eating? You understand why religions spend so much of their analogies in agriculture.
Mm.
Because that was the shit back then. If you knew how to breed goats, if you knew how to grow grains, that was everything. That's why, like, separating the wheat from the chaff is it's so they were an agricultural proto-agricultural culture. It all makes sense when you like if you think about the Amish.
Okay, yeah.
Like how much of that mentality is still stuck there? How much of that, which is why the Amish are probably my favorite group of Christians because they leave me the fuck alone the most.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple of different types of them. There's like the Mennonites. They're the ones that are like okay with like using electricity and things, aren't they?
When I walked through the valley where I harvest my grain, I took a look at my wife and realized she's very plain, but that's just perfect for an Amish like me. You know, we shun fancy things like electricity. Been spending most our lives living in an Amish paradise. No time for sin and vice. Anyway. Tell you, Weird Al might have saved my soul. I don't know.
Yeah, this commercial, I'm just skipping through it. This is going to be.
It's good.
I'm looking at all the different deities. This is
Yeah.
a hoot. This really is.
I'd have to do a wiki to find out who that African
I gotta
god is.
go watch it. I don't think I've ever seen it. I should go watch it.
I haven't, and I've already like put it in my list to watch. This is going to be interesting.
I'm gonna talk. I want to talk to y'all watching videos stuff.
What are we eating? We're eating lamb, apparently.
I want some lamb.
Right? That's what I do on Easter. That's the only. I do ham because it isn't kosher. Not because it isn't kosher. We just always had ham on Easter, and I always thought that was weird. But we also always had deviled eggs, which I was like, that's extra weird.
Wow.
Yes, we had ham and deviled eggs every Easter, and I was like, but Jesus couldn't eat any of this.
I didn't. Easter felt like a regular day to me. I didn't even realize.
Your family didn't really do Easter.
No, my family is like they.
Oh, we did Easter and it was hardcore because it was, it was all about the Jesus coming back from the dead. You know, it was a very, very serious thing for us.
Can I ask where? I need to look this up, but speaking of Easter, where the fuck did bunny come from? I thought it was about resurrection.
It was a pagan holiday.
That's what happens when Rome assimilates everyone around them. That's what happened.
Yeah,
Rome
it was a pagan. Yeah. It was a pagan holiday to mark the spring or something.
You should definitely watch American Gods on what is it, HBO?
I'm still trying to see what.
The bunny's fertility.
It's fertility. It's a spring fertility festival that Christians hijacked. So all the eggs and the paprika, they used to dye eggs with whatever they could get their fucking hands on. Bunnies fuck like bunnies, and then spring is when spring's when all of nature gets busy. So that was a festival for almost every other religion besides Christians. So when Rome came through all newly Christianized and was like, hey, by the way, we're taking your shit over, and they were like, no, we've got all these holidays, and Christians were like, so we've got a holiday on spring too. It's about the resurrection of Christ, and that's like a rebirth. That's renewal. That's regrowth. It's similar. And eventually, Macy's was like, yeah, but chocolate though. and parades. So like that all came later. Like some of it came later. Some of it was just like, this is what happens when you assimilate cultures and you want them to like ease the transition. It was the lubricant that made assimilation easier. Like
Christmas is the same thing. It was
Yeah.
another pagan holiday.
Yep.
Yeah, and I that's one of the reasons why I really started enjoying Krampus,
I heard about that.
because it's basically the devil of Christmas. So I get an extra Halloween. As far as I'm concerned, like I get double Halloween because I don't really do Christmas. I'll do like, I'll do the tree and the Santa and the ho 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 and the Grinch, but like December 5th is when the Krampus shows up to round up all the evil children and drag them into hell in a burlap sack and whip them. So I get to watch a horror movie with the family before Christmas that's not just The Nightmare Before Christmas by Tim Burton. So I get to and I love that. I love the fact that like a lot of this is actually kind of ebbing into some of the mainstream, because it also pisses off the evangelicals who are like, oh my God, what is Illuminati?
So I'm actually like, I was thinking about the conversation that we was having earlier, and I just got like, not depressed, but it's like what do you? Hold on, like what? So we was talking about the whole black atheist thing. Like, what do you tell them though? Like because see, I'm talking about from my perspective, I would appreciate like them staying to themselves to for safety and shit. I like that, but it's like I don't know. It's like I would.
That's one of the reasons why Black Panther is such an interesting movie. It was one of the first movies that I've ever heard.
It's
someone be accused of a colonizer in like the mainstream positive, in not positive way, but in acknowledging that that's a thing, that's a problem. So that's what I do. I just, do you celebrate Christmas? I throw up the Wakanda, cross my arms. I go, we do not do that here. And I keep it moving.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that many of them were closeted, though.
Yeah.
Well,
what the
if you want to, I think if you want to go down this road, for the first thing you really need to think about is making sure that you protect their identities.
Yeah.
If you're going to talk with these people, because they're closeted for a reason.
Y'all make me feel like
No, I'm being serious here. Because they're closeted for a reason, and they're being closeted is because they could face real harm. There could be real consequences. So if you want to get their perspectives, you really kind of have to.
It's like I feel like I've been kind of inconsiderate though, because I'm like, fuck God, fuck religion in every video, and then come to find out everybody who's watching is like, I would never see this shit.
Well,
so it's like
they can relate, and I think that a lot of people, because there's some that were in the audience, in the comments, hey, I'm closeted. I've been, you see that I'm closeted. I'm a female, black atheist that's closeted, and I've been closeted for a decade. Or they could face real harm from their family, friends. It's this, that this is a serious thing.
Because I've been
that
saying
perspective
shit.
is totally absent from all atheist content. It just isn't there.
Because I'm thinking about a video. I was like, we got a protest, and I'm like, some people cannot do that.
They can't.
But I've been saying it it's a thing. It's that's why I said it's like I'm being I felt like I was being inconsiderate, because dang, I've been saying this in every video. We gotta march in the street. I'm like, we could all die that day.
Go to the next ARC Go to the next ARC protest.
I apologize, y'all. I apologize to y'all for saying stuff. I've been upset though. I just talk I'm like, fuck it. I'm
Well,
ready
You
to
like,
have
march.
to apologize.
it's a learning curve. Like
Yeah.
there's a Facebook page called Atheist Republic, and it's been taken down and reposted a couple times. But one of the things that they post a lot of is how Islam is shit,
Mm.
and like you get accused of being an Islamophobe. You get accused of there's a woman who is a ex-Muslim, and when she tells her story, and it's like being an ex-Muslim really puts into perspective how serious these people take God, how militant they can be, how well organized they are, and how widespread the complete amb- uh, uh, ambivalence of the average person is to these problems. Like, if you got ghosted, who would even write a story about it? Who would care? It would just be like unsolved mystery, or worse, they deserved it. And when you hear how much flack she gets from the liberals, from the Democrats, from like people of otherwise good conscience who are trapped in their own little bubble of identity politics or privilege, you understand that like they don't relate. Everybody's in their own little bubble. The white liberal is in their bubble, and that's why they hated Malcolm. That's why, at a certain point, as soon as Malcolm started talking about imperialism and poverty, he lost friends. As soon as he made it real or tangible, and it challenged the privilege of otherwise good intentioned moderates and liberals, they dropped him like a hot stone. And that's amongst people who are paying attention to politics, not people who just vote every 4 years, who are too busy watching football.
Yeah, I just think that, and I did bring this up once before a couple of years ago to some other atheists that I know, is that certain segments of the atheist community are definitely hiding.
Yeah.
They have to hide, because if they don't hide, they'll either get killed by their own or by the Christians.
That's why Trump was so dangerous, because like his
Yes.
willingness to just deport people back to where they came from was a huge threat to people who fled those places for exactly this reason. Or just other reasons. Like being a atheist from a country that is militantly theocratic and being like, I came here seeking asylum, and having the United States, the bastion of immigrant nations, be like, nah, son, full up, go back, was
Oh, and you're not Christian?
yeah,
Oh my goodness.
right. So like, but you have to use the privilege if you're in a position to speak out that you don't believe that you are going to suffer retribution for it. Like, I'm in a very metropolitan area in a fairly, liberal context that's got like secular representation in Congress. Cool for me. I have to do something to speak out for the people who can't. The people who are in Florida or Tennessee or Kentucky, the usual suspects. But like, that's why what we do has to be as nuanced as we can make it without compromising our own, sanity. Because honestly, you got to have some fucking fun with this shit. It's ridiculous. It's comic book. It's Sunday funnies to us, but it's life or death to other people. And so you have to find a way to thread that, because there is no way to take this shit seriously until the mob shows up at your doorstep.
Well, what you can do is you already are in a better position if you said your mother is okay with your atheism.
Yeah, my immediate family
Yeah.
is pretty chillax about it. Like,
Yeah.
my dad
But they
thinks that
don't.
I'm a communist, but
Well, for the both of you,
I'm
like,
like,
Yeah.
Star Trek though?
They don't really.
and
They
I'm
don't
talking
really
about
know.
like with regards to like the black atheists
Mhm.
that are closeted.
Mhm.
You're in a good position because you've already come out and everybody's sort of, I guess, accepted it. So you could at least speak for those who are closeted that
Mhm.
can't come out.
I hope
Because
I'm doing.
they
I hope they think I'm doing a good job.
Well, but they can't. But they can't come out because in some
Yeah.
cases, like you look here, it's just that the comments, Miss Yes, ma'am, I can't come out, and it sucks.
That's
And
what I was talking about.
and that's a problem because
Yeah.
I know that there are a lot of black atheists who can't. I know one personally. She cannot come out because it would basically
Yeah.
mean that her
Mhm.
family would react in a very bad way to her atheism. So you could probably speak for these people. You can probably go to things like the Ark Encounter protest with, the other, atheist groups. I actually want to do the Ark Encounter. I was going to do it this year, but COVID, or not this year, but last year, to go to the Ark protest. But, COVID.
They had the Reason rally here in DC, and I found that to be really great because being in the nation's capital, the crazy comes to you, and you've got the Capitol Police there. Now, the current situation with the Capitol Police might be a little dicey. I don't know how that's going to shape out, but like that's when I met Aaron Ra and what's Kent Hovind's douchebag son? Is it seriously just Kent Hovind Jr.?
No, it's not Ken Hovind. Eric.
Eric. And I saw before he fell into disrepute as an anti-SGW. What was his name? He did a whole bunch of like science debunk videos. Anyway, there was a host. Yeah, that's the guy, Thunderfoot. He fell into some other disrepute, but there was a black rapper, Tombstone to Gray Man, and Graydon Square. And Graydon Square is, I think, a former veteran who is also got degrees in quantum physics. So his music has lyrics that are scientifically intriguing and profound. And I find them absolutely, like, I wish his flow and his beats had more flexibility, but like his lyrics are way on point. Has a great song called Black Atheist. I'm going to throw everything at you plus the kitchen sink. I'm a black atheist and there's more of us than you think. Like, it's great. Tombstone to Gray Man does a lot more of the cultural political stuff, and Graydon Square does a lot more of the cerebral scientific stuff. And I think that both of them really need to have collaborated, but it was like 10 years ago. I don't know what they're doing with their music recently, but I wish there were more black atheist R&B and rappers. I keep searching for black rap or atheist rap.
I'm about to start.
Seriously, like there needs to be like, and I think that's a space that like Lil Nas X has completely opened up. Like, it doesn't need to be like Slayer. Don't get me wrong, I love fucking Slayer. As far as like black metal, it doesn't need to be like hard rock or metal, to get or it doesn't need to be like Ghost BC to get the blasphemy into the mix. It can really it can be any music really. Like I think Mozart has a song about doing me in the butt or something like that.
So when was this Reason rally that Thunderfoot and
when was the Reason rally? I'm not even sure that they do it anymore. It was in 2012. It was 3 years ago. Three.
It was a while ago. I was actually looking to see who was at the first one. I didn't know Adam Savage was there, and I did not know that John Delancey went there as Q.
Wow.
That's pretty funny.
Tim Minchin is a pianist.
That name sounds familiar.
He does satirical, secular atheist songs. One of which gets heavy rotation in my playlist called "Thank You God," and it's about how miracles are really conveniently constrained to middle-class white people with cataracts, and never like poor people starving to death or amputees. And he's a wordsmith. He's an absolute fucking wordsmith. You take the context of Tim Minchin in all of his like folksy like piano ballads, and you put that shit to a killer beat, it would be amazing.
He was in Californication. That's how I know him.
Oh,
he was the crazy drug, the rock star on drugs constantly.
Yep. Season 6, there he was. Yep. He is like, his songs are great. He's got this great song called God I Love Jesus, and he gets the audience to go back and forth with him. I love Jesus, and then they echo, and then he does it like 4 more times, right? God hates faggots, and then the audience like dies out because, oh God, that's terrible.
Yeah, I know Tim Minchin was. I knew he was an atheist.
Yeah, the way he plays with his audience is fantastic. In a live performance, he's like, "What happened? I thought we were all on the same page." Yeah. The anti-Pope song is actually really great. Fuck the motherfucker, fuck the fucking Pope. It's great. But he's definitely in a position of privilege as a white dude who can get away with that shit. Like, it's very intriguing. The Tim Minchin Pope song is super duper great. There's another dude, but like, you have to engage the culture where their culture's at, and if the culture is saturated with media, then you have to engage the media. And I think as an atheist, black or otherwise, I think the media is in a position to support you because Christian rock ain't banging. I don't know the last time anybody was like, "Oh, yo, did you see God Ain't Dead?" Like, that shit isn't like, no, like that when Spider-Man and Thor started blowing box offices, I knew my time had come. What's been very disappointing to me is that Bishop and Storm haven't had their due diligence. Ain't that some weird shit? The black dude from the future, because you notice how we never have a future? There aren't black people in sci-fi are like, what, the villains? That one guy who had Sky City who betrayed Han Solo. Fuck. Or a powerful leader, female black figure like Storm, who is in of herself a goddess.
Mm-hmm.
No, not accurately represented on film. Kind of taking a backseat to the Wolverine and Xavier show gets really waspy. It's kind of, yeah, we don't really get, so like maybe it's really time to just like put black media, black secular media, movies, because trust and believe. If you haven't seen, there's a I think a Kenyan version of Bollywood. I don't know if you're familiar with Bollywood.
I am.
It's like the Indian version of Hollywood.
Yeah.
But it's crazy good. Like it's mostly musicals from what I've seen, but when they do an action film, it's like cranked to 11. It's super serious. There's a Kenyan version of this, and it is heavily Christian and definitely on a C-string budget. It is not good, but it's like a 2-hour. It's like a 2-hour. Demon semen, get the demon, and it's awful, but it's coming, and it's got a shit ton of money coming from it. And when they dump money, when the governments of Africa dump money dump a lot of the money that they're getting from China, when they start dumping their money into their media, best trust and believe it's going to be heavily colonized.
I gotta. I'm still thinking about. I'm still thinking about like. It just really hit me when you and Mark was talking, and it was like, dang, like this is a privilege. Like some people cannot do this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking
And
at
it's like-
pictures of Reason Rally, and
Yeah.
I can tell you that I actually cannot see any black people.
Yeah.
Pictures.
You would have to know that Graydon Square and a Tombstone the Dead Man did like musical interludes at whichever rally they were at, because there weren't other than that, I believe I really
I know that it's it's an underrepresented segment of the atheist community.
oh yeah.
God,
That was actually one of the reasons. I remember there were like atheist plus rallies or conventions at some point. Like Richard Dawkins and the philosopher of the new atheist movement. Daniel Dennett really tried to organize conventions and things of that nature. And Daniel Dennett tried to coin the term, like, so the problem with being an atheist is you're defining yourself by the thing you're not, right? That's not helpful because it cedes the ground to your opposition, which can claim themselves in the affirmative. They're a theist. You're defining yourself by not being that. Well, then what do you stand for? What do you believe? Right? So he tried to coin the term brights. It came off as a little condescending.
I see.
He was trying to make reference to the Enlightenment. Good intentions gone awry. A lot of it is it's marketing. Richard Dawkins had a bit of a problem with being an old stuffy white dude who was honestly reaching a bit out of his element into theology. Stick to biology. You're not wrong there. It's a safe space. Like, capitalize on where you're not wrong. And so there were a couple of conventions that they were having, and I think the last one was in Melbourne in Australia, and they ran into a wave of a feminist fury that was like, why is this space dominated by white dudes? Predominantly, why is it always men? Where are the female atheists at all? Like, there's that one chick that's on the Austin, Texas show, right? And there's and I swear I cannot remember her name, because I'm just as guilty as everybody else of ignoring people who I have the privilege of ignoring. Ex-Muslim.
Women are also underrepresented.
Yes, it's a giant fucking sausage party, and it's a lot of white wieners.
Yeah, black people are underrepresented. I would have to say that I honestly don't know of any Hispanic atheists.
Shit.
And that's huge, conquistador.
I don't think I've ever even heard of or I don't know any.
I don't know a soul.
Because atheism really is, as you said, a white sausage fest. It really, and it's unfortunate because I've known, I've known one black atheist that's a woman that literally cannot. It's grossly underrepresented demographic. I'm looking at the pictures of Reason Rally, and there are a few women that I can see in the pictures, but they are few.
Ian Harisi Ali. She is
it's a Middle Eastern sounding.
Yeah. She rejected her faith and became an atheist. She's an ex-Muslim and a vocal critic of Islam, but she ran smack into American liberalism. And at a time where we're trying to soften our imperialist Islamophobia. And so good-intentioned liberals cast her out.
So the first Reason Rally, according to what I'm reading here from Jesse Galliff, is a spokesman of the first rally. Diversity with the attendees was a focus this year. We can't succeed if we were only coming from one demographic. Mainly over 40 white men. The attendees were largely under the age of 30, with half female included, at least half female, and that included many people of color. And that was something to do about the 2002 Godless rally. They're just, like I said, I don't know very many black atheists at all. I can count them on one hand.
Yeah.
Me too.
And Hispanic atheists, none. I don't know a single one. Because Hispanics tend to be deeply Catholic. So I think for them it might be a rather dangerous issue to come out as an atheist as well.
It's the only way I've had quasi hostile reactions, or just complete bafflement. I'm like, wait, I can't even fathom how you would not believe in a God. Like, what? But like, this is from other people of color, because I think there's like one white guy that I work with who isn't a boss. But it's like, I always ask them, like, how did your people meet God? Like, when and how did your people get introduced to the Christian faith? And they always, and I preface it with, I guarantee you it's a sad story, but please, I want you to tell it. Don't take my word for it. I want you to tell me the sad story of how your people came to Jesus. And then they from that point on, any like irreverent quip I give about like some pagan holiday is taken in a lot more stride than it would have, because I remember one of the youth pastor wannabe coworkers of mine were literally wanting to take me outside and have a street fight. We're armed. security officers where I work. And for an armed security officer to be like, yo, catch me outside. I'm like, no, that's cool. And all I did was like correct his grammar on a verse that he clearly didn't like, he misinterpreted. I was like, pretty sure that's supposed to be a we, not a me. And he's like, don't correct my Bible. Catch me out. I'm like, nah. But eventually we became really fast friends, and I did some tattoo designs for him. I designed his family crest, which he has tattooed on his arm. But our relationship definitely started off on the maybe this dude's gonna shoot me page. It all comes down to understanding the context that made the individual arrive where they're at. He's still a fucking pastor. Don't get me wrong. He's still very religious, but he doesn't want to shoot me anymore. And maybe he doesn't take me seriously, but like, that's a step. That's as far as I'm going to get with that guy. That's the thing. Sometimes that's as far as it goes. He went to Liberty University, got his degree in Jesusology, but he went from atheists deserve to be shot to like, no, this dude can do my like family crest, and I can have some ink. He can do my ink on my arm, and I'm like, and I told him, I was like, tattoos are a sin, right? He's like, that's not how I legalize, and I'm like, cool. It's your book, dude. I just wanted to, I don't want to be, when you go to the pearly gates and you got to talk to St. Peter and he's like, you had an atheist do ink on you. I don't want to be the reason you don't go to heaven. And he laughed at it. I was like, dude, if you can laugh at that, we're good.
Yeah, we can.
And that's
one of the things that I actually am really thinking that maybe I ought to do, just because, is maybe I ought to call into like Dillahunty's line one day and see if I get on and like say, hey, what about the black atheists?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no attention drawn to it. You look at you listen to these like the line and all this guys or nobody talks about that. It's I've never heard anybody talk about it in years.
They talk about slavery a lot, but it's like,
that's because the Christians tend to call in and try to justify it, and that actually gets like Matt Dillahunty really upset when they try to justify that, chattel.
I think
stuff.
I think what might be going through their head is when they get upset about that kind of covers all of the black people bases. Like we get to hear them talk shit about slavery, and it's like that'll do. That's kind of how, because there have been, because I watched a lot of the atheist experience. I have seen where when black callers call in, you can hear the voice and tell if it's a black. When they call it, I have heard them purposely steer towards the whole owning other people just so they could like
have
tackle
that conversation,
right? And it's like
that's the only conversation in entire theology that black people are concerned with.
Yeah,
and it does reek of the white privilege, but it's like the sort of liberal who has good intentions, but like I don't see race.
Yeah,
like I don't see color. I don't see color. So we're all equal, and it's like but you have to see the color. If you don't see the color, then you're never going to see the blood. So,
well, I think that what a lot of the other atheists, and I can't speak for them, I don't know. I can't honestly say I've ever met a racist atheist.
Oh, I have.
I'm sure they exist, but I haven't met one.
Mm-hmm.
If you speak to a secular libertarian, lies burnt Aryans, you'll find them. Like there's a lot of rationalization that goes into conservative ideology that is race based, and then when you throw in Ayn Rand and the libertarian ideology, you can become a very radicalized, secular, pro-capitalist. Like, we got the money, you're conquered, too bad, so sad. So, an economic Darwinian. You can become and it's not very hard to rationalize.
I'm sure they exist. Like I said,
yeah.
I haven't talked to an atheist that was racist. I think that my take on it, just from my personal experience, is that they're probably rare. Because every atheist that I know is generally accepting of everyone else. And
me too.
You know, me being white and knowing only one black atheist, you know, all the atheists I know are white. Like, they're all white, and they're all virtually all men.
Yeah,
there are a few women, but they're virtually all men. I just, there, you know, and that's the thing, you know, you go to your predominantly white atheists, and you talk about something like, oh, well, black people, it's like, well, I just don't see them as different than me. And that's just generally what I've encountered. Particularly here in our local group, which is actually quite small, because if you think about how many people are probably in our state here, and there's probably like literally only hundreds of atheists that know of each other out of like the 2 million people that live in the whole state. There's just not that many, and I suspect there's more. But if you're in a place like South Carolina or Georgia or even Mississippi and Louisiana, where it gets really, really deep, how many atheists do you really think you're going to find in a place like Louisiana that are out of the closet, and particularly black? You probably won't, because do you really want to? If you're a black atheist, do you really want your own people to tie the noose around your neck?
Yeah.
Because they probably would.
Yeah, I like, I am definitely in the camp of like, my privilege allows me to stick up more middle fingers than I actually have. And I am in a other than my career, do I think that I am online too much? Why do I worry about that? Because like, I make sure that I delineate between my hatred of the ideology and my hatred of the individuals who hold it. I make a conscious effort to do my best to make sure that I'm not hating on people, because I used to be those people. I used to wait for trumpet sound for Armageddon to begin. I spent the easily the first third of my life waiting for the rapture. So like, I have sympathy and empathy for my past self. One of my best friends was never a believer. He doesn't understand it. He was never inclined to believe.
When I was a believer, like I generally always cared about other people. Like, always, that was always my thing. Like, giving my last to my brothers, and like, they'll tell you, like, I'm very caring about people, even people I don't know. Like, they be like, why you just do them? Like, shit, I don't know, he was there and I'm trying to help. So, but it's like,
it's difficult to respect people who present themselves as absurd and ridiculous.
Because like, okay, like, my religious belief, because my mother was not, she's not religious, but I stayed in another state with my grandparent, and we went to church every day, all day, Bible study, vacation Bible, Monday through Sunday we was at church. So it's like, I had the religious upbringing, but it's like,
me as well. Yeah,
I had the religious upbringing, and it's like, the day I found out that like, my ability to care for other people, it trumped my what is called my indoctrination, I guess. Like, this, like, me caring about others.
Yes.
When I had to, like, it was like, you had to choose between, are you gonna keep believing even though you have seen proof that is fucked up out here, or are you gonna put it down? I put it down immediately like that. So it's like,
once you realize you would never pass the test of Abraham and get your own kid to prove your love for
Exactly.
God,
But
your ability to look at other people who are like, of course I would kill my kid. It puts you in that bizarro universe. My parents to this day, when I immediately realized the depth and the level of the absurdity and the atrocities. I was still like not driving my own car. I was still living with my parents. I was still, I was still getting rides from them, and I'd be in the back seat being like, "Do you even know that Abraham is like not a real person?" And they're like, "Oh my God, I'm driving the car. Shut up." Fortunately, I'm their firstborn and only son, so they can't kill me.
But it's like, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, not everybody's in that position. Like I was definitely. I just changed my zealot evangelical nature from on to off. I just switched it from like Baptist evangelical to like nihilistic atheism and I was just as obnoxious. And then I realized the only way I'm going to reach my family, who I actually care about, is to like meet them where they're at. Everybody else can go fucking suck a dick. But like, if I actually want to try and reach somebody, you got to make the effort, because they're not going to, especially because they're not going to.
How many Sundays did you sing Onward Christian Soldier?
Oh my God. My best friend was reading books that were trying to convince him that he was an angel. He was a soldier in the army of the light. That he was like, I'm quite sincerely afraid that he's been red pilled to alt-right degrees because of the fact that I know we both went to the same zealous religious school. And he is waspy as fuck, and since he's triple brainwashed, he loves law enforcement, he loves Jesus, he loves his country. You have to go through all of those layers of fundamentalism to get to like his brain before he thinks about something. It's exhausting, and I had to cut ties. Sometimes you gotta let the little fish go.
I mean, you don't like the hymn of Onward Christian Soldiers is not something I don't think you would find being sung in a black church.
No, that was actually one of the most interesting things.
God.
So like my mom, my grandmother was like an Eastern Star in the Allen AME Presbyterian Church. That was an experience because people would like catch the spirit and fall out. But they tell a different story because they're reaching for the promised land of America. Like they're doing the Old Testament stuff. We're gonna find the milk and honey. Martin didn't make it, but we're gonna reach the mountain peak. And they're telling a different story from the evangelical waspy white church that is like, the end times are upon us. It's all over, people. We haven't got a prayer. And that's when I realized how much race and culture affected these religions more than they were aware. Like the McLean Bible Church that I went to literally was having conversations about like pop culture. Like whenever like Tom Hanks came out with that movie about what was the conspiracy theory movie that he came out with about the church?
Da Vinci Code.
Yeah, that was a serious theological threat to them. They had serious conversations, entire months worth of sermons dedicated to whether or not Mary Magdalene and Jesus were like an item. And I'm like, I mean, if he died for our sins and he did the job, the fact that he had a wife makes his sacrifice all the more tangible. Like that's actually like a huge plus. But they're so caught up in the purity that it didn't really, you can spin a narrative any way you want. They just decided to like take it as an attack.
I feel like listening to y'all talk, it's like I have some very unrealistic beliefs. Like I really wish that people like could like I it's like I'm just sitting here thinking like why it's like it's not rocket science. Like I'm not special. Like I just care. I cared about people more than I believe. It's like I would not let that trump over. It's like how is that? How was it easy for me to do it? And I went through the same upbringing and indoctrination as everybody else. Like I'm not greater than them. Why the fuck is I'm like I care about people too much to believe in God? Is that hard? Like what is?
It is.
It is hard for some people, but not for others. I mean,
like I said, this is one of the reasons why I believe we're a fundamentally insane species. Like, I used to think. I mean, I used to think that I was pretty fucking stupid until I met people who were until I woke up to my own ignorance and realized, oh my god, people are dumber than me. Like I have been told my entire life that I know I'm not good at math. I've got like a ceiling. I just once the alphabet decided to play mathematics, I was done with it. Like I don't want a c squared with the hypotenuse. I'm done. No, fuck it. That's cheating.
Yeah.
But like I get concepts and linguistics and words a lot more than a lot of people, and that's eye-opening. My dad was a pothead, my mom was a secretary, so I reckon that my mom's ability to like discern the English language really factored into my ability to recognize that objective moral reality can't come from a subjective source that's not verified. So that's one of the reasons why people bitch about like these like $15 college words that I drop. But I'm like, I'm trying to be concise. I'm trying to use as few words as possible. I don't care that it has 8 syllables. It means the thing that I say that it means because that's what the word means. And I'm talking to people who don't know what is. And that's a huge fucking problem.
Yeah, you got to be able to talk to people and get them to understand. That's
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah. So like when I say you got to meet people where they're at, like I can throw as many Star Trek references as I like at my cousin. Eventually he'll get it. I can Darmok at Jallard at Tanagra and he'll understand what I mean. But that doesn't mean anything unless you've watched that episode of Star Trek, The Next Generation. Like it's speaking, these people speak in metaphors. And they're bad metaphors because they don't understand English. So like, or they've never taken like the time to like dissect the language adequately. It's not that they don't understand English. They get by, but they don't understand the depth and the limitations of language, which is why I always eventually, well, I didn't always, but it's why I eventually came to the conclusion that writing a book would be a terrible thing for a god to do in the most illiterate era in history.
Well, men wrote the book.
Of course. But even as a believer, I was like, he didn't wait until the internet to write a book? What was he thinking? 32 BC has no mass communication. What were you doing?
Well, not only that, but it was written after the story had been
spoken
to a person who's then recited it again, who then recited it to a different person.
But those are also lyrics from, Jesus Christ Superstar. And I didn't know that until I watched Jesus Christ Superstar as an atheist because I was told not to watch it as a Christian. Because it raises those interesting points about mass communication in 3rd century Israel. Like Jiminy Christmas writing a book was a terrible idea. And trying to express that in a way that's not inherently blasphemous because Jesus is going through it or Joseph is going through it. And like, yeah, don't get me wrong, but I do have some issues. You know, I got in trouble for listening to Nirvana's Heart-Shaped Box.
I got in trouble because I asked the pastor about Buck Rogers.
What? Do tell.
Buck Rogers being science fiction, and you know, it was sort of like, well, you know, Buck Rogers got frozen and orbited the solar system for 500 years, and you know, came back to Earth, and the Earth had basically been wiped out, and people lived in dome cities, kind of thing. And it was just so it's sort of like, well, why did God do that to the people on the TV show, kind of thing? You know, a rather naive question. And it was like, you watch Buck Rogers? Well, yeah. Well, don't you think that, you know, Aaron Gray is, you know, rather, it had more to do with the fact that it was like a male show that portrayed women as objects, and it was sort of like, you know, there was this sexual, you know, innuendo in the show that was more of a problem than the story.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know,
fiction is threatened by fiction. I've come to realize.
And it was right. So it was this. You watch that. Your parents let you watch that. The Satanic Panic was really interesting because I learned D&D. I learned how to play Dungeons and Dragons in the middle of Bible study because I and it was definitely during the 90s, during the Satanic Panic and during the demonization of like games like D&D are going to ruin your but it was like they were also simultaneously demonizing Pokemon as pocket monsters, demons, spirits from Japan, and it was just ridiculous. And fortunately, like, you know, there was at least enough of me that was like irreverent from just being, you know, a teenager that was like, fuck you guys, I'm gonna play with my Pokemons, that didn't even care. But like they're threatened by anything that challenges their narrative, and any narrative challenges it. That's the problem with your reality being made of nothing but fiction, is that it got worse for me too, because then I was like, well, what else are you watching that maybe you should like? And it was like, well, I guess I like Battlestar Galactica.
Are you watching He-Man? Oh no!
And you know what the problem with Battlestar Galactica is? In Battlestar Galactica, they have the polytheism going.
Yeah, they did.
Something wrong with every cartoon.
Yeah,
it was the polytheism that was problematic, because in Battlestar Galactica, the deities were the Greek gods. You know, and that was also the name of the planets, the various planets in the show, you know, like Taurus and for Tauron, and, you know, Caprica for Capricorn, and all these, you know, other deities. And that was problematic. It's like, well, they don't believe in God in Battlestar Galactica. Why would you watch it?
Yeah, especially if you're from like a more like Mormon and Jehovah's Witness like aspect, like
Southern Baptist.
Really?
Yeah.
No. I mean, I'm sure. I like it's. We were definitely two shades away from exercising Harry Potter books
in the 80s too.
Yeah.
So it was.
The
why would you watch that? You know,
the Catholic school I went to was not very bad. Like the Catholic school I went to, it ingrained in me at the very least an acknowledgement that Catholics have done their war against science to the point where they know, for the most part, they can't do it in public. Like they have to do it in private, in the peripheries, through legislation where it's boring and no one's paying attention. like stem cell research. That's where you put a Catholic on the board of the directors, and they go, "Sorry, these stem cells are alive and have souls." But like, Protestants haven't quite figured that shit out yet, at least in the evangelical wing.
It's a relatively young offshoot.
Yeah, so they are still flailing against every other narrative that
They
isn't
don't
their
get
own.
it.
Well, they haven't, because Protestants came in. That was the split with the church in England with Catholicism that I guess brought on the Protestant religions. So that's what, 200 years ago, 300 years ago at this point.
That's not enough generations
It's
for it
not,
to really.
that's not like 2,000 years for.
And that's really the thing, man. It's gonna be generations. Like, it ain't gonna be in our lifetime. That's the thing. That's the poison pill that's hard to swallow. This shit is going to outlive us, and you just need to like. It's one of the things that Christopher Hitchens said. You're born into a losing struggle. You are ejected from your mother's vagina towards a barn door studded with rusty nails and hooks. It's a losing struggle, and you have to find a way to use up the intervening time with as much irony and humanity and decency as possible. And that's all that it is. Because let me if you get rid of Abrahamic faiths today,
Oh my god.
you will be dealing with Batman versus Superman versus Goku for the rest of eternity.
Yeah.
And though like I have abandoned like fandom groups because they Goku versus Superman, who's gonna beat the
I think
another religion.
I think Christopher was saying, as long as we fear death, people are gonna believe this shit. Like, as long as we have the fear of death, and
It's one of the things that the French have done. I remember there was an article where they were talking about how there were cafes, in the before time, before COVID, where right?
Is that how we're gonna refer to it?
It's like the delineation between 9/11 and everything after. It's just there was the before time.
Yeah.
There were cafes that started opening up that would talk about mortality openly. That was kind of like their jam. That was their poem sessions. That was their music. It was all about death and mortality, but like in not the well, I mean, in any way that it would come, but as long as people were talking about what it is to be a thing that's made of meat, like. It's an insane thing to grapple. Like, your brain is designed to reject it. Your brain is designed to reject the idea of mortality because it's a paralyzing fear. Because you've seen a gazelle get killed by a lion, you know what it means.
Yeah.
I'm actually comfortable with it.
Yeah,
but
a lot of that comes from not thinking about it.
My time being a theist, and then slowly realizing that the Bible was basically full of shit, and coming to then believe for a long time that I was an agnostic, and then coming to realize, well, I guess I really just don't believe in any deities, so I really am atheist. And I guess I got comfortable with the fact that because science tells me that when I die, I will cease to exist. That is just reality.
Yeah, honestly,
it's reality. And I just come to grips with there's nothing I can do about it. I don't know when it's going to come. And I'm going to just live my life as truthfully and as honestly and ethically as I possibly can. And not because I was told. I got that from theism. I didn't get decent because of like God.
Oh, that's why I don't let that shit slide about like, oh, you would make a good Christian. I don't like that shit. I was like, no, I think that good Christians make decent human beings, and I think you need to own that
Yeah, and
as a human.
I just but I've gotten comfortable with the idea that when I die, that's it.
Mhm.
At that point I'm just a bag of meat,
Yeah,
and what I was is
Like
no
me.
more. But
but
that's all you are.
yeah, but
You die, that's it. You're a sack of meat.
yeah, and that's the thing that people are afraid of. The people aren't afraid of death. People are afraid of dying, and it's the process. But that's why when you ask people how do you want to die, they go, "Oh, in my sleep." They don't want to be conscious for it. Man, it's going to be like some shit in a hospital with a bunch of tubes while you fade out on like a bunch of morphine drips. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be stage 3, whatever the disease is, and it's going to be racked with pain, dripped with drugs. That's and that's if you're not like seized up in a heart attack or hit in a car accident. That's the way you're gonna go.
And I think that
90% of the time.
I think that's fair that anyone would want to die and they want it to be quick and painless.
Yeah,
I think
of
that's
course.
okay. And even though I'm comfortable with dying and I know what's going to happen, I think I would
You're
really like for
comfortable
it to
with
be.
death.
I would like it to be painless and
Sure.
quick as well.
Well, that's one of the things about euthanasia that like a lot of people don't talk about is that like the Kevorkian dude had a point, man. Like there needs to be a dignified way to end yourself. Like suicides wouldn't be as prevalent. At least I don't know. I
By the
hope
way,
they
it's legal in Oregon.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Good
it
to
is.
know.
It is legal in Oregon.
Suicide booth.
No,
Blender.
it's legal in Oregon.
Yes.
The way that they do it is it's very controlled. You have to get 3 doctors to sign off that you're terminal. They basically prescribe you the poison cocktail that you have to mix up, and then you drink it.
Nice.
And
out like Socrates.
And that's it. But you have to there's a lot of rules.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm okay with rules.
Yeah, sure.
Because we don't want people to abuse it for murdering for murder,
or even for frivolous suicides. Like
right, there are a lot of rules. Like you have to go through like psych sessions. Like you have to be of sound mind, and I'm okay with it. But I know like around 5 or 7 years ago, it was legalized in Oregon with strict
That's
rules.
awesome.
So if I had something terminal, guess where I'm going?
Yep.
I'm going to Oregon.
Good to know. See, I hadn't even thought that it was legal anywhere in the country.
Oregon.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh God. No. I'm thinking Oklahoma. No, Oregon's cool.
Yeah, because some legislature in a state like that had the foresight to say, we need a process for this, and that's because people were going to like Switzerland to do it.
Right. What about American jobs?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I was kind of looking for it in the Google Monster, what they call it. But I know that there is a process that you can do.
The other thing that I had actually really considered is natural burying, because Neil deGrasse Tyson raised a very interesting point that I've really tried to instill in my mother, because my mother is surprisingly morbid. Because she's all like, I want you to sprinkle my ashes in your garden. Now I've got a garden, and I'm like, oh my God, she won't shut up about it. And I have to tell her that ashes are robbed of all their nutrients in the cremation process. So you wouldn't be part of the garden anymore.
This is what it's called. It's called the Oregon Death with Dignity Act. And it has actually been enacted in 1997. 1997. Wow. So it's been around for a little while now. So if you are terminally ill, then this is a place that you can go. Apparently they put it on the ballot as a referendum item, and it was like a 60% to 40% approval for it or something.
Does Oregon have legal weed?
I think it does.
Because, before we get to the dignified death, I'd like to live a fucking righteous life.
Yeah.
Then it seems that the East Coast love is living on the West End, to quote some Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah, so I think it's great. I know Oregon is one of the states.
Portland.
But I think that there might be maybe another state. I thought I heard maybe another state had enacted a death with dignity law. And I know that a lot of these death with dignity laws were brought upon by Kevorkian.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that the religious right, has a serious problem with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, that's my axe to grind. Especially when it comes to, like, mortality issues, I dwell there. Like, because I know it makes them the most uncomfortable. I know that they think that, like, when people say, oh, he's passed away, and I'm like, to where? I'm not the dude to, like when like the condolence letters go around for somebody who's recently deceased. All I can offer is condolences. I don't have anything flowery or positive to say, because I don't think that's appropriate. And people are like, they're off to a better place. And I'm like, oh my God, they did not just win a fucking golden ticket to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. That motherfucker did not go to Disneyland. But I can't say that, so I don't. But like, so like coworker, passes, or, has somebody in their family who does, condolences.
Wow, there's actually more states now with it. California, Colorado. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm listening. I was about to ask him, is that all he says when you just say condolences?
I mean, I do try to say something to the effect of, like, take time to think about how grateful you are to have met that individual than focusing on your loss.
Yeah.
Because that's what will enrich you and carry you through this hard time in your life. But that's about all I got to offer. I'm just not that dude when it comes to, like, pleasantries. I'm very much like Bernie Sanders in the I don't do happy birthdays, and I'm not one to coddle people. It's one of the reasons why, like, I'm glad, like it's much easier to burn every fucking bridge around you and be like, fuck you motherfuckers, you're insane and you're a clown person and I hate you for being stupid, than it is to actually, like, educate somebody on, like, how they've been abused. And that's the trick, is to remember that these people have been abused. And that's the only sympathy I have for them. I have a great swell of pity. And I try not to be condescending about it, although that's really, really fun. And that's so you have to balance that. And it's a context issue. If you're running into somebody who's a bad faith actor, man, have fun with that shit. But recognize the people who are real. Recognize the people who are truly struggling and questioning and sincere in their questions. And then, like, be like, hey, cool, man. Like, I've been there. Use your experience. That's what it's for. That's all wisdom is. Wisdom is just applied knowledge. It's not some profound mystical shit. It's just applied knowledge. It's basically technology in idea formats. So, yeah.
Mark, you were saying all the states that have the death.
There's actually quite a few, and actually a lot of states have enacted it in the last 3 years, like Hawaii, Maine, New Jersey were all in 2019.
Jersey.
District of Columbia, 2017. Colorado, California, 2016. New Mexico,
except for fucking statehood.
New Mexico just did it this year, 2021.
New Mexico didn't work, man. Like the what set the Democratic Party into an absolute panic was Bernie Sanders winning in New Mexico. That was a demographic, the Latino demographic, flipping against the status quo on immigration was not something they had factored in. And everything after New Mexico on during the primaries was an absolute like panic mode scenario for, and that's why they buried Sanders. But the on the ground people, the on the ground like pollsters and campaigners, they're no joke. They're no joke. When people say that politics is local, it's the one thing that I've really taken to heart from what my conservative friends tell me is like, focus on local politics. Focus on the things that are in your reach. Your dog catcher, your mayor, your governor, your senators, your representatives. That's the way the country was built. Like, that's what's going to matter. And like, you can't control things in states you don't live in. You really can't. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
I made two crucial mistakes with regards to the last election. Those two crucial mistakes were putting out 2 yard signs, one for Bernie Sanders and one for Jamie Harrison. Now, Jamie Harrison was running against, what's his face? Oh man, I could see his face. Lindsey Graham.
Oh yeah. Oh, so close.
And it was, polling was close, but the vote was really far, which is really interesting about it. And I was really hoping that Jamie Harrison would take Lindsey Graham out of the equation. Yeah, but when I put those signs up in the yard, I put the Bernie Sanders sign up out front. And I woke up one morning and someone had lit it on fire. I looked out and it was just burnt to a cinder.
Yeah, I really blame the Democrats for going with Amy McGrath, because I feel like that was a hard centrist pivot on a milquetoast platform to lose on purpose. Like, I can't excuse that. Amy McGrath from Jamie Harrison is nothing short of, we need someone who will actually toe the line. And the problem is that they know that, especially in that region, that in South Carolina, like against fucking Lindsey Graham, it wasn't going to work.
Whom I think is an absolute scumbag, Lindsey Graham.
But the way those districts are gerrymandered, you had to know. Yeah. The same way that like they sabotaged the primary challenge against Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
They had to know. They knew it. But if you don't have a devil, you can't be a god. And the Democrats don't have to change who they are if you could just blame Republicans for all eternity. And that's the problem with our politics. It's bipolar. It's schizophrenic. So like that, I mean, that's why the Democrats aren't advocating for ranked tier voting, because they would lose in the same way that Republicans would lose. And they know that. They need the Republicans to be the bad cop so that they can be the good cop.
Right, and then they did the Republicans. It's the same thing. They need the Democrats to be the bad people. Yeah, those evil socialists.
But and it's one of the things that I love talking to my extremely religious old guy coworker that I work with. If God is God, then the devil would be out of business.
Yeah,
the God needs the devil. Otherwise, just like Tom needs Jerry. If without Jerry, there's no show.
Yes.
Well, they established the devil or well, they didn't create the devil until the New Testament, because in the Old Testament it wasn't the devil, it was a
Also, it's just
like an opposition.
opposition. An advisor. It was basically the what's the thing in court in legal terms? It was
Well, it's like
prosecutor.
there's like
prosecutor.
a prosecution and a defense.
I think Saul or David. David was called Al Satan because because to be Hebrew is to wrestle with God, which means sometimes you're not the defendant. It was a title.
Well, right. And in the Old Testament, there was no devil, there was no Satan. They had to create and manufacture this Satan character, which is depicted in all of the art as a woman. But somehow it turned into this pitchfork wielding, horned,
they just mishmashed all their pagan symbology into like a
but if you look at 500 years ago, it was a woman.
Yeah.
I mean, I find that very interesting. You look at all the ceilings of these cathedrals painted from 500 years. It's a woman. It's a woman in every one of them. And there's the Satan. And it was the Satan.
Mm-hmm. It's one of the reasons why, like, as much as liberal, like I've had just weird conversations with some of my more conservative coworkers about the SJWs are ruining everything, the cancel culture, and et cetera and so forth, right? And of course, they don't understand where any of these things are coming from. Like, the LGBT movement, like, initially was like the term LGBT. The reason why the L is first is because it was coined by a black woman who was a lesbian, who was like, if we don't put women in front, then white gay men are going to run ramshot over this entire movement. They intentionally put women first in LGBT because they knew that men would hijack it. And it's not for lack of trying.
Yeah.
Like, it's, like, Pete Buttigieg gets a lot of fucking play. and so there's this concept of intersectionality where you have to take into account the suffering of people in how it reflects to you. They might not be in your demographic, but their suffering aligns with your suffering some way, somehow. And that's what intersectionality is all about. Instead, when you weaponize identity politics, it just becomes about, like, who can grief the most? Who's the most victimized? I'm more victimized because I'm indigenous, or I'm more victimized because I'm a woman. Never mind the fact that indigenous women is a problem that all women share.
Mm-hmm.
The constant, like, I was talking to my wife, and I really had to lay it on her. I was like, look, you met me, you didn't know who I was. That's heavy, because that's not something I even consider when I was going out and meeting chicks. The fact that they were strangers didn't factor into my fear factor. That's a lot for women to have to deal with, and I never really thought about it because I've met scumbag dudes. I've been scumbag dudes, and I've been like, wow, there are times in my life where I wouldn't have want to have met me.
I think everybody's been through that kind of a phase.
That's a huge brave thing, and I understand now why, like, the trans panic is so ridiculous, but it's also not just their problem, it's my problem. Like, and the black community has, like, DMX just died, right? He's fairly notorious for being exceedingly homophobic in his lyrics because the Rough Riders were very misogynistic. No, can't take too much away from him as far as his impact on the culture, but like, damn, son, he threw the F-bombs every which way he could. And like, it's like a hard legacy to actually grapple with in today's terms because it ain't the 90s anymore.
Well, we've got to be more politically correct now.
Right. And that's just being empathetic and polite. That's all that it is recognizing that, like, yeah, man, what's weaponized against you can be weaponized against everybody. And it's one of the things that, like, conservatives don't seem to get because of
because don't trample on my rights to trample on your rights.
Right.
You know, right now I just love the Christian mentality. We're being oppressed. We're being silenced.
Right.
Okay, you're
sure you are, of course.
Yeah,
and it's almost like on a subconscious level they recognize that if the tables were turned, what we used to do to you, you might do to us, but without acknowledging that that's a thing you used to do.
Yeah, like I can't say fuck God, fuck religion, but you can say all sinners deserve hell and hellfire. Like, motherfucker, what?
Like,
you can't say that, you know, fuck God, but they can say you should die.
Like Hawaiians invented surfing and were demonized and forbidden from the practice of surfing because it didn't fit into the missionaries' model for what savages should conform to. But in the 60s, those surf movies were all the fucking rage when it was white people surfing. When tiki torches became a thing, the appropriation of Polynesian culture wasn't a thing, wasn't a problem. White people were wearing Hawaiian shirts. You know, and now that the alt-right is marching around saying you will not replace us, whilst wielding tiki torches, like, it's a very interesting thing for Puerto Rico to have to look to Hawaii to be like, how did you get statehood? Did you actually ask for statehood, or was it thrust upon you? Do we want statehood?
I've known many a Puerto Rican that was mostly against it.
Yeah.
But then you have some who are like, well, we don't really have representation. Well, you probably are better off.
Yeah, I mean, you might get the Banana Republic treatment.
Yeah, you're probably better off. It's just, you know, when they're storming the Capitol with their crosses singing "Onward, Christian Soldier," you know, well, but that was Antifa. That wasn't Christians.
Yeah, right. Never mind the giant crosses that they were resurrecting on the national lawn. Like, never, like,
and the flag.
Yeah, the giant. There's a great TikTok video. I can't remember these two guys. They go around, they troll Trumpers like all the time, and one of them is like holding up the Christian flag. If you don't know, the Christian flag is a giant white field with a blue box in the upper left corner with a red cross in it. But it looks like a T. Of course it does, because, you know, it's just a cross. And they go, "Is that a Trump flag?"
No, it's a Christian.
No, it's a Christian flag. Yeah, but it has a T on it. And then some rando walks by. Some absolute fucking rando walks by and goes, "Hey, that's a Trump flag." It's fucking great.
Yeah. The Christians, storming the Capitol. We didn't do that. Yeah, you did. Yeah,
all right, you guys. We need to wrap it up. But like,
I hear you, buddy.
I think we had. Well, I think you, Mark, you brought up the whole "you only know one black." I think what we talked about today was real good. The whole black atheist thing. It gave me a like this whole time I'm still sitting here thinking, like, you know, especially when the people in the comments was like telling me, like, damn, this is a fucking privilege, and I just been
taking it for granted and
well,
jerking
see,
off with it. It's
I won't say I was taking it for granted. I'm just gonna say like
I don't think you probably realized it.
I was talking like pick up your motherfucking cross
no, like
and
that's the
follow
thing.
me. Like I've been like this whole time on my YouTube. I'm just thinking about videos where I was like basically get your fucking sword and let's go fight. It's like this is not as easy as you think it is.
No,
Right. A
it
lot of people are
really
like,
isn't.
oh, I don't
Yeah,
have a
so
sword, man.
I was just like, damn, I just been talking.
Like I
It's
said,
no.
find those melanin rich atheists and ask them what they're dealing with. Because if you can't find the female, if you don't have women, if you don't have a Coretta Scott King to match your Martin, you don't have a revolution. If you want a revolution, you better make sure it ain't a sausage party. And,
Yeah.
and you know,
You just need to get. You've got some people in the audience that just do an interview. I mean, and they can explain to you their particular circumstance, like why they can't come out, like what would happen if they did. Because I'm sure it's going to be very similar themes, but I'm sure there'll be some differences. You know, it'll be the grandparents, the parents, maybe the brothers or the sisters, or just the community in general. Like, you know, hey, if I do this, I'm going to get kicked out. I could be kicked out of my house. I don't have anywhere to go. It's that they're literally locked into this religion.
Yeah, because I've joined a couple streams with some Zoomers, and I'm a Gen Xer personally, and so like the way that different generations deal with this problem, especially if they're already privileged, like white Zoomers are just like, no, God is stupid, duh. And that's the end of the fucking conversation, man. That's it. That's the whole thing. I don't know how you stream any of that. Like, there's nothing else to it. I'm like, well, have you read any books on archaeology? And they're like, nah, man, I don't even fucking read books. That guy's stupid, there, no cap. And I'm like, well, I don't know what those words mean, but like, you're right. But like, why are you right? And they don't even have to care about why they're right. Zoomer atheists are like hysteric. White Zoomer atheists are hysterically like on point for no particular reason other than it's the right answer, and they don't give a fuck. But they also have nothing to say.
Well, and no potential harm could, you know, they're not in any kind of like actual danger like others are.
And because there's no conflict or struggle, there's no really need to delve deep, and they don't.
No, because they can be atheists, and their parents are going to be like, "Okay, I understand."
Yeah,
but
you got to dig into the earth. You got to dig into the dirt. You got to find that nutrient-rich soil.
That's not the way it is from my experience in Black communities. It just isn't. I mean, it just isn't.
I mean, I've had to explain to my own cousin how my grandmother had a Bible on one side of her desk, on one side of her bed, and a whiskey bottle on the other. And I was like, Grandma knew what was up. That's why she tried to put the fear of God. I really believe that my grandmother was reading the Song of Solomon as pornography. It's some explicit shit. And I have to say this about my grandmother. Like, but I think she just like she played her role. I think she played her role as a matriarch in the family, made sure that everybody was fearful enough not to be trash, and kept it moving. But I think that's kind of like where she was at, where she was comfortable, and where you have to deal with the reality you're in.
Well, that's the other thing, you know. I really think if you are a black female atheist, it's like the shame and dishonor to your family. As well.
I gotta make a video about that.
Read up on Nina Simone and how she had to fucking like flee to France. She had to flee to France. And one of my grandmother played us. It Ain't Necessarily So. It's from a fucking play that the name of it escapes me. But it ain't necessarily so. The things that you're liable to read in the Bible, it ain't necessarily so. My cousin knows this. He didn't think about it. He knows it. He takes it for granted. He didn't think about it. I've had the reflection and the hindsight to be like, dude, I think our grandmother was just fucking with us the whole time. I think she knew what it was. You know? Little David was small, but oh my.
What did you say that woman's name was? Nina Simone?
Nina Simone sang a song from a play the song was called It Ain't Necessarily So. And my cousin has always used that as his excuse for whatever conspiracy theory he's running. Oh, yeah, man, no, not necessarily. And I'm like, I sing the shit right back to him. Like, it ain't necessary. He doesn't get it. And I'm like, the play was called Porgy and Bless. It's an old stage play, but it's a predominantly black stage play. And it was about taking the Bible with a huge ass grain of salt.
And Nina Simone
sang it, and amongst the rest of her political views as a poet and a writer, she decided to flee America and go to France to live.
I'm trying to think.
Where she felt safer.
I'm trying to think if there were any religious overtones in something like The Color Purple.
Yeah.
There certainly were portions of the movie where religion seemed to play a part in it.
That's where as a black community we kind of have to take a cipher to shit, where like we have to do a little bit of Illuminati detective work, because I guarantee you there's an atheist underground in the midst of black culture that black culture we love gangsters. Yeah. Jesus was no fucking gangster.
No, but I know that in that movie, there was definitely, because you had the Danny Glover's character, who was basically a not a really good person,
right?
But he was supposed to be a God-fearing man,
right?
Yeah.
There's always been a balance between the streetwise and the righteous, and like it goes back to everybody knew that the Godfather was they were super Catholic, but they were clearly mobsters.
Yeah,
I think that the black community definitely appreciated that.
Well, I think that if you get some people and you get them and you obviously let them tell you about their experience and why they can't come out.
Yeah.
It might help other people.
Yeah.
Cope with it as well. The people may realize they're not alone in that.
I think the only person of color that I have found who has, as a female, who has critiqued the Bible has been in the LGBT community. And maybe that's where they all run to get away from all those religious, men.
Because they can get support.
But at least the ones who have the the current zeitgeist with wind in their sails. Being a lesbian or a trans or LGBT, whatever have you, of color, is a great place to be right now. But how many of them are like, yeah, but the secularism and the atheism, that's the trick. So I think that's still a third wire, or it's still a third rail.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna try to look into it. Try to find somebody who,
It's underserved. You
yeah.
don't gonna find any
Mhm.
YouTube videos or any testimonials or any stories about it. You're just not gonna find it.
I
It
have
doesn't
seen.
exist.
I have seen actually one. I just thought about it. There is one YouTube channel. There is a black female. Her name is Atheist Minority, but she hasn't made a video in 5 years.
Yeah, and that
Well, but you
yeah,
have to wonder why.
right. And a lot of that is because
I,
they have to
I
go
honestly,
underground.
I honestly thought that she had died. I'm not gonna lie. I thought she died because I couldn't find her on nothing. It's like, where? How did she just? She
She
just
may have had
stopped.
to hide.
She just stopped making video. I'm like,
She probably had to hide, or worse. Um, you know,
it's been years since she made. I think it was like maybe 3 years since she made a video. I'm like, what happened? This was a great channel. It just stopped. Just
because some
complete.
people, it's just, I hate to think
Mm,
that maybe she had to hide,
yeah.
because her family, her friends,
Mm,
um, you don't want to get caught on the wrong end of that.
Yeah,
mm,
You really don't. You get caught on the wrong end of that, and you're going to be in a bad way. And that may have happened. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I don't think. I think that it's a really underserved thing. Like we said earlier, it's a sausage. It's a white sausage fest. Um,
that is.
there are very few black atheists, and probably no Latino atheists.
that's one of the reasons why I do suggest seeking out indigenous people, because they're gonna have there's going to be a balance between them trying to preserve their cultural spirituality, but
Mm,
their reality of what colonial Christianity meant to them. You're going to find a nice mix of people who are just like using both of those things as cover.
mm. I think like when I was I mean, it's funny that y'all say this now because it's like, dang, like when I was, because before I started doing like YouTube and stuff, I was thinking about like something is missing from this whole atheism thing. Like what's, and then I was watching like hours and hours of I was just watching it. It's like something is going. It's like something missing. It's like I can watch it, but I'm not. I don't feel included as I should. If I'm with the group and we all saying, fuck these guys, why do I feel like I'm still being left out? And it's like,
It's white
well,
men over 40 with a mix of white women.
all of
Mhm.
them though.
Yeah. There was even the even the news podcasts that I see, or like it's like the black individual is a token. They're a tokenized individual.
Right. Like, come on, man. We go, yeah.
So like finding three black people, one of them or two of them are women, having a conversation about this, good luck. I have found there's a black non-believers group that's run by women from Baltimore,
Mm.
but they did not. I don't think that they have
But see,
received as much notoriety as they want to. But that's the largest group of just. I mean, there's women. Black Non-Believers Inc.
mm,
Is the largest group I found, and I think they're still pretty fucking small.
I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna end it. But like, I'm thinking about, and this is just like I do not. It's like this thing I don't like when you will have a black person who says something like, I understand the problems with religion. They'll say that. I mean, of course, they'll still have their belief in God, but they will say, I understand what's wrong with Christianity. And then they turn around and say, but we should respect the religion. And it's like, you just said, you understand the problem with it. How you gonna respect it after? It's like I
Yeah,
and
it's a misconception that a lot of people have between that you have to respect other people's beliefs. Like
what is with that though? What?
it's like it's a grammatical error that's gone out of check. It's people don't understand that the actual First Amendment says that you have to respect people's rights to their beliefs. They are free to believe whatever nonsense
The government has to respect.
The government has
people's
to respect it.
rights to their
The
beliefs.
individual doesn't have to respect a goddamn thing.
The government does, not the
Yeah.
people.
And if you want to be decent, if you want to be a generous person, then like you respect someone's right to be incorrect. That is the strongest way I can put it. You are
Agreeing
right.
to disagree.
Yeah. And I used to hate that phrase. I still kind of like recoil from it, because I was just straight up say, you're allowed to be wrong. Because I really think that agree to disagree leaves people feeling that they're correct when they're not. And that's really super duper polite. But I am like one shade beneath that. And I'm like, you can be as ignorant as fuck as you want to be, but you're wrong. You're entitled to be wrong. You are entitled to be wrong. I'll say it like that. You're entitled to be wrong. But I don't. But I don't have to respect your wrongness. I have to respect you.
I suppose not. No.
I respect you.
I got a video, and it's titled "Let's Agree to Disagree on God." It's "Let's Agree to Disagree on God," and it's exactly basically what you just said. Like, what is that? What is that?
Yeah, because like, look, man, like the Klan have a belief,
right?
I don't have to respect that. I don't have to respect that belief.
Thank you.
I have to respect, and I have to respect their right to be that ignorant.
I'm never going to like personally agree though with like
exactly.
the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
But they can, as long as they're singing that song, I know exactly where the fuck they are, and that's fine by me. Yeah. When they go quiet, that's when they're behind you.
Yeah, I don't want to agree with them. So yeah, I guess the agree to disagree is. I usually I use that on occasion to just sort of try to gracefully exit.
Yeah, it's a colloquialism that we've all adopted.
Something that I know I'm not going to get out of.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that I feel like is a corporate engineered phrase, like diamonds are a girl's best friend, because we don't. It's impolite to talk about religion and politics at work, when religion and politics, especially politics, are the things that govern every fucking thing. And so, like, how did more than half of the Amazon workers vote against the union? Well, it's because we weren't talking about politics for 40 fucking years at the workplace. I don't know how that happened. In a country where like there's like over 100 cities called union, like, you know what I mean? Because they've tricked us into not talking about the two most important governing things in our culture, politics and religion, out of being impolite, out of fear of being impolite. And sometimes you have to find a way to bridge that gap between mad disrespect and leave it on the field. And you've got to find a way to do that.
It's a fair point.
You've got to find a way to bridge that gap, because if you don't, then the people who are taking advantage of the conversation you're not having are going to run this shit.
And that's a fair point. I hadn't thought about it that way.
Yes, sir. The words that we don't say are violence. So you just have to find a way to have the conversation in a way that doesn't trigger every fucking body.
which is hard to do.
It's hard to do. And you know, sometimes, you know, sometimes you have to take the L for the bigger W.
This the needle in the haystack, man.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I hope you have have some ideas on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, me too. I gotta
enlightening.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be interested to see what you come up with.
We're gonna do some scouting. We're gonna do some scouting. We're gonna put our feelers out there, and hopefully we'll find some melanin rich honeys who are reasonable.
I get private messages from people all the time on Instagram. They always say thank you, so maybe I could like go back and ask them like, hey, like, do you where you at with this? Do you feel comfortable, or would you just talk and not show, or you see
Put up
somebody?
a quick video. Do
Yeah,
it like they're doing it.
that's why I'm not showing my face. If I actually opened up my camera, I would have like I'd have a mask on, like one of the goofballs that has the 3D glasses and the top
I
hat.
certainly couldn't do either, because
Logic.
for me it would be professional suicide.
Yeah, correct, exactly.
I remember you telling me that's why you do that, because of your work and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's professional suicide,
Mm.
and especially where I live,
Mm.
being in this state, it's suicide. It's
Well, I'm just like, fuck it. I'm just showing my face.
Dude, that's why that's the reason that the reason why that I was attracted to you, because I was like, damn, this nigga is brave as fuck.
I'm basically like naked out here
doing this shit with his security uniform
Man,
on.
I'm still like,
oh shit.
I didn't even think about it. I'm just like, fuck it.
Yeah. Like post Edward Snowden and shit, man. I'm like, damn.
See, today, you guys have awakened. Like, I just woke up like, damn, I'm out here risking my life.
Keep in mind,
I was not.
Yeah, man.
I didn't even think about, like,
for real.
It's mostly your family though, and your friends.
I mean, until you get into the echelons of like the federal government, you don't really have to worry about the fact that like Saudi Arabia considers atheists to be an enemy of the state. Like, you're literally considered a terrorist just being like, Islam, nah.
I got, yeah.
But that's like our top. That's one of our nation's top allies. Like, they ran a journalist into a wood chipper and faced no repercussions for it. Like, that's a real thing, man. So, like, if the United States decides to go that way, holy fuck, son. Delete your history.
Yeah, it's like I was saying to you before. The people in the audience, who was like the female, the female black atheists.
Yeah,
they have to fear their families and their friends, and becoming an outcast. They could lose their families.
I'm gonna make a video about this, because I feel like I cannot tell you how, like, I won't say inconsiderate. It was like I was just I don't know what to call it. I was desensitized, because I keep thinking about in the video of what I was saying. It's like, damn, they like
their job,
man. That's why I was trying to apologize. I'm like, I just
yeah, man. Yeah, like it's just the privilege of being who you are and where you are that really makes you, sometimes you have to sit down and be like, oh shit, I'm arrogant as fuck in this motherfucker.
There you go.
And that's
pick up your cross.
Seriously, man, I was like, this motherfucker's hostile as shit. Like, it's a brilliant energy. It's a brilliant energy.
I'm like, stand in the street with me in this protest. It's like, everybody can do this, man.
It wasn't your, like, when it got put in our free thinkers, it wasn't in a group, like your third video, it wasn't so much about your energy and your hostility, more about how, you are a black man, and it's just generally bad for you, for the family issues and the friend issues.
Right.
And
there's the tragedy.
You are brave.
Yeah. And that's something to consider whilst you're recognizing how fucking goddamn angry you are.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. It's like, the anger has its place, because nobody likes to be bamboozled. The thing with white people, being half white myself, being bamboozled is like, ah, shucks, you done goofed me. But being black is like, you motherfuckers,
like, god damn it.
And it's like, I have that bifurcation in my mind. Like, the black part of me is all fucking fury and rage. And the white part of me is like, golly, that was a goof. April Fool's Day. Right?
I understand exactly what you're saying, man.
So like you just have to find a way to like recognize that the goof of it is a privilege that not a lot of us have, and there's so much repressed tragedy and sadness and anger that need to be dealt with because we don't get therapy. We get PTSD, no therapy.
We don't get any.
Watch American Gods. The African spider god who tells stories goes to Anubis and is like, how dare you African gods side with Zeus and Odin? How dare you side with Odin? Like, it's brilliant. Black bodies be disappearing and you're like filling up your moratorium with black bodies. It's a great series up until the 2 seasons that I watched.
I'm typing it now. I'm gonna go check it out.
I worked with a black woman who's passed away now, but she had a lot of just really bad emotional baggage, and she told me one day after I'd worked with her for years that she was raped by her uncle, and her grandmother told her that was God's will.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
And that's, again, the whole keeping it within the family. We're not going to send the uncle to jail kind of thing. You know, we're going to keep it secret. And we're just going to say that was something that God, you know, it was okay because it's what God wanted stuff.
Wow.
That's why it's also hard I think for black women, especially black women, to come out as like atheists.
Yeah. It's very much the problem with the Catholic Church, where like you have to be willfully ignorant not to understand what the Catholic Church has done for 2,000 years. You have to be, or it's an open secret, and we all know it. But you know, we got to go to heaven. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. So you have to keep the faith. Because it keeps the family unit.
So it's like there's a lot to unpack and a lot to deconstruct, and I think that when you diversify the panel, you get more life experiences to talk about. So we just have to like, you know, like I said, do some scouting, you know, see if we can't enrich our conversation so that it doesn't grow stagnant and stale with the waspiness.
and we don't want the sausage party. Yeah, I got
right. Exactly.
No.
Yeah.
Shit. But anyway, gentlemen.
God. All right. Yeah, all right, man. Thank you.
Have a great weekend. Grow a garden.
That's right.
And hail Satan.
Thank you. All right, you guys.
Righteous.
All right, man. Oh, somebody's knocking. Or what? Yeah, that's the end of the program, ladies and gentlemen. Some good stuff to think about, though, for real. Like, I got to make a video about that. Have to, because it's privilege. Like, for me to be able to sit here and make these videos with my face showing and shit, that's privilege. Everybody can't do that. And I'm gonna lock in. I mean, if you haven't seen Black Atheist author, let me show it to y'all. If you haven't seen this video, because what they was talking about, I basically see if I can. It's the guy with the put it in the camera. Fuck it. But yeah, just if you go to my videos, if you go, it says Black Atheist all the worst. I went in. I went in on the shit that we talk about black people, you know. But I want to come back to it because I feel like I've been saying stuff in my videos, and I'm like, it's like I forgot what I was saying. Like everybody can't, you know. But again, thank y'all for coming, and that is the show. I need to. I appreciate y'all for coming though. I was supposed to do the China. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make it his own video. I know I was supposed to do the China thing, but shit, they came in and we was talking and it went. I didn't want to stop it. It went somewhere else. So I'm gonna make the China and McClanger. I gotta do the video. Y'all gotta hear what she said at the end. It just I didn't get to it, but I'm gonna make it its own video, and it's not gonna be live. It's gonna be its own video. That way, it can be you can be able to hear it because you can hear the audio on the live stream. I'm gonna make it its own video, and yep, that is. I want to play this. Hold on, before I go. Hit me right before I go.
Power on.
That is a speaker.
Bluetooth pairing.
That is my phone connected to this thing. Play my little music before I go. Let y'all hear my song one more time. Wait. Oh, it ain't. Hold on. I leave. I'm off. I'm out here. Cut this thing up. Yeah. I'll turn my Bluetooth off. This is a privilege, y'all. I gotta stop being so, I gotta appreciate it more. Hold on. Yeah.
Bluetooth connected.
Yeah. There y'all go. Yeah. And the show is over. Hey. And the show is over. I like this beat though. Yeah. If you had a good time, say hello. Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm gonna make a rap to this beat. I'm gonna make a rap, atheist rap to this beat. Yeah. Yo, God. Hey. Yeah. Fuck your God. Fuck your God. Hey. Fuck your God. Hey. Fuck your God. Hey. Jesus is peace. Hey. Jesus is peace. Jesus is peace. Reese's Pieces. Praise Jesus. Little Caesars. Yeah. I'm about to go. And this show is over. I'm about to go. We just live streamed for 4 hours. 5 hours. It's 4 hours and 57 minutes. It's crazy. If you watched the whole thing, which I know probably nobody did, but if you did, thank you. With your old ass. In my dance, hold on. Yeah. I'm just dancing for the people who still here. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. All right, y'all.